So, welcome to our second EU Classic tournament. It's going to be very similar, basically the same thing as what we did the last time for the NA tournament. And yeah, very similar to what we did for EU. So conquest format, meaning once you win with a deck, you're no longer allowed to play with it. You're going to have to win with every single one of your decks, as it's a best of 5. Everybody's bringing 4 decks, and they're allowed to ban one deck from their opponent. And I think we'll just knock this down a little. It is open deck lists, so people are going to be aware of what they're facing. And we'll take a quick look at the bracket here. If we can get it all displayed. That's pretty much all of it. A lot of participants, about 20 participants. Plus or minus a couple with some dropouts, things like that. So there's some buys here. We're going to cast everything from the semifinals up to the finals. Otherwise, just kind of jumping into random games. So, with that being said, looks like maybe we've got some games here. We got preparing to battle people anyway. But as soon as we see doing battle with someone and we can jump in and spectate, we will just take the first game here right away. So, yeah, I'll keep my eyes on the Discord, make sure there's, here we go. Doing battle. Tim Kago. Who do we have Tim up against? I feel like we get Tim spectated here a lot. Tim Kago versus Andres. Oh, we do not have Andres. Boy. Alright, well, we've at least got it from the side of Tim Kago. We're going to have to do a little rejigging to get him, get everyone added who isn't on our friends list, and then hopefully we can see it from their perspective as well. Now let me get Tim's deck lists up here if I can. So Tim Kago running mage. Hopefully, there we go. That's what we got from Tim. Let me get rid of my face. No longer needed. And Andres. See what he's running from Druid. Here we go. Spot number 4 here. Hopefully this is looking at the right thing. Fantastic. This is what we got from the Druid. Alright. So Tim with quite an aggressive opening here. And really, this is exactly what you're kind of hoping for with this tempo mage situation. It's very, very good at just flooding the board with things if you get the correct draw. And Druid, pretty tough to deal with. Pretty tough to deal with people who are going, you know, real far wide here. Then again, double Keeper of the Grove, pretty much ideal in a situation like this. Alright, let's see. Friend request has been sent. Perfect. Now we can see from their side. Alright, it's going to be, yeah, a little bit of that kind of last minute, hastily thrown together stuff here. Apologies for that. But we can see, yeah, a swipe now in the hand of Andres here. Another thing that's very good at dealing with a board that tries to go wide like this. And it's probably what we're going to see here right off the bat. Yeah, and once you're in this situation as the Druid, once you've secured the board, it's really just about avoiding the bit of burst that Tim's got. We can actually get our win counter up here as well, right? We know it's 0-0 at the moment. So we do see a Leroy, we see a Frostbolt, we see Ragnaros, and I gotta think that's what Tim's got going through his head at the moment, you know? How can he deal 16 points of damage? Because he's lost the board, and without Flame Strikes, Blizzards, things like that, he's really just not going to be able to reclaim it. But yeah, small moves like this, pinging the face, the 1 damage actually matters. Alright, and just building up that board on the side of Andres. Kirantor not going to do a whole lot here. Curious to see what Tim goes with. Gotta think, at this point he's on a clock, maybe 2 or 3 turns to finish his opponent, and boy, I am not seeing how that happens right now. Unless he can get it up to 8 mana and get a lucky rag shot. You know, 4 damage with Thalnos Frostbolt. He's going to freeze the face if he goes ahead and does that. Yeah, or throw a few more things out onto the board. He does get the knives. But they're just not all that helpful. Now, I would like to see Thalnos here just because of the card draw when it dies. I think that's going to be pretty important in, you know, digging for any kind of lethal here. But this makes sense to me, right? Take advantage of the spell damage while you have it. He's looking at 9 damage on board. The option of something like Force of Nature or Swipe. Both swipes here in the top 10 cards of the deck of Andres. Really, really nice there. But wanting to draw with this Thalnos, it also allows him to send the swipe to face to clear. Right, if he was to do that earlier, wouldn't be able to get the draw. Looks like it doesn't change his play at all. Even though he could heal. Just opting to push damage. Not expecting it to die from 11. Which I think is a pretty safe assumption. Right, knowing the deck, your opponent, there's no way he's getting double fireballed here on 7 mana. Leroy Fireball. Yeah, I'm looking at all the possible burst. No Ice Lance or anything like that from Tim. Now, at this point, just gonna finish him off with Force of Nature. Really, all Tim could do. I don't think it's surprising going for that kind of damage on his opponent. Trying to snag the win, but yeah, seemed pretty clear from our perspective. Wouldn't be able to get there. Even if he survived another turn, I think he was going to be able to clear that water elemental. Wouldn't get any damage off of that, so even a lucky rag shot probably not going to be enough there. Alright, so we'll see now if we, I will bring up this matchup. See what they're bringing into, oh, of course everything's got to refresh. Or is it actually marked as 2-0? Oh, so they started playing right away. Taking a look at the bracket. We've actually got 2 wins here on the side of Andres. And looks like Paladin beat Rogue game 1. So looking at everything, Andres had banned, looks like the Warlock of Tim. For some reason, the website does not show the ban going the other way. I don't know why that is. Yeah, very strange. But, in any case, let me switch out the deck list here. So we got... of course, this is not going to work. There we go. We got the Rogue for Andres here on the right. Let me dig for it. And then the Rogue for Tim here on the left. So, much more aggressive Rogue. Is it just typical backspace? Yeah, it looks like backspace Rogue on the side of Tim. Miracle from Andres. Backspace, I gotta think, is favored here. Generally, aggro decks favored against Miracle, right? Just able to completely demolish your opponent before they get their whole gadget sand draw engine off. That's just an interesting spot to be in, right? 3 mana, you can play out the Golem, but you really don't want to do it in this matchup this early, right? If you want to kill your opponent before they get that draw engine off, well, you don't want to give them mana so that they can get it off earlier. Generally speaking, the Mukla play, not too bad. With the bananas, it might look a little counterintuitive to give, you know, a Miracle Rogue additional cheap spells. But I think this is probably the right play. I've certainly been in this position a number of times before. And you usually have to hold on to this Golem unless you're real desperate. Not the greatest draws here, though. For Tim. Actually in quite a rough spot. So let's see what the answer is here from Andres. I think there's a very good chance we see something like Farseer Eviscerate. Perfect. Getting the friends list beefed up. We're actually getting to a point where it's getting difficult to add everyone. We're gonna be full here pretty soon. All right, Assassin's Blade. Whew. I mean, with this double deadly poison. Okay, gonna go ahead and clear. Again, generally, this is what you're gonna want to do against Miracle Rogue. But oh boy, Banana, Prep, Conceal, looks like. Yeah, kind of the dream here from Andres. This Assassin's Blade can represent 21 damage. At this point, the Arcane Golem, I'm not sure it's going to make that much of a difference giving him the mana, but I think this makes sense. Throw that out for the card draw. Look for just a little bit more, whether it's a Cold Light for more draws, or just something else to get a bit of damage. And Shadow Step actually going to help with that. So this is just 2 players on a clock. And 10 damage. From this Auctioneer, going to be quite a lot with the Conceal. What are we looking at here? We're looking at 15 damage this turn as is. But really just not a lot of counterplay from Tim. Now, he might opt to hold on to the Golem. It's not like he's worried about any taunts, or maybe he plays it once, Shadow Steps, and then holds it so that he's got the combo for the SI.
Well played.
Just going to go ahead and leave it looks like. Hope that he's not dead. Let's see, 17. I see a Cold Blood in here. There's a Blade Flurry. But actually no more damage. $14. I mean, it is 16 with the SI. Okay, just gonna go ahead and heal back up. Which is huge. I mean, at 16, we see 7 here, 4 with the Shadow Step. That's 8, 15. Would be 17 there.
This guy's toast.
There we go. The Shadow Step on the SI to just win. Okay, okay. Well, a quick 3-0 from Andres. That's gonna knock Tim out of the tournament. So that has us. I mean, here's the bracket again. So they're gonna go on to face Nox, who I think is probably one of the favorites in this tournament right now. Just very, very strong player on ladder. But we're going to see if we can't just go ahead and find another game. So, who do we have here? We'll refresh this view. Not sure if players... Yeah, it looks like we've got players playing into round 2 already. Some on round 1, some on round 2. Everything's just happened simultaneously right now. Let's go ahead. Let's jump into Severe's game here. We got Severe up against Warlock. Currently looks like 1-1. You can see there, second one down. I guess the spectate option not on for Warlock. Although we, boy, have seen sometimes where it maybe looks like just a bug on Blizzard's side, so. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab Severe's deck list. Now, Severe brought, different decks from the last tournament here. So we do have Hunter from Severe. And he was, yeah, able to take the NA tournament despite generally playing on EU. He's got all the cards there, not all the cards on NA. We can at least take a look at the rogue list here from Warlock. And according to the website, we're looking at 1-1 here. Is this just gonna be it? Wow. With the arcane shot, okay. Very nice. Alright, so I guess 2-1 for Severe. Now let's take a look. Hopefully the website is updated that match anyway. Let's see who banned what. So it looks like Warlock has banned the Shaman from Severe. And Severe has banned the Warrior from Warlock. Let's see. So game 1, the Druid of Severe beating Hunter from Warlock. And then we had Warlock's Warlock beating Severe's Rogue. And now here we saw the Hunter versus Rogue. Now it looks like the players switching it up. Where do we got it? Alright, here is the Rogue deck from Severe. And the Hunter from Warlock. Now, real interesting. I've highlighted these Hunters before. Talked about them a lot on stream and videos. And we're seeing a number of evolutions with the deck. This particularly, looks quite similar to what Crusher, I think we've seen Dallin bringing these lists, Gladiator's Longbow, Captain Greenskin, a ton of Secrets, which does very, very well against Miracle Rogue. I'd have to give Warlock generally the edge in that matchup, but once again, Severe, if you look through his lists, lots of aggressive decks. This is not Miracle Rogue. This is going to be, I guess, looks quite similar to Backspace, but it's an aggressive rogue. I think the Abusive is kind of an interesting inclusion here. Drakes aren't usually there, and Greenskin in there with the Assassin's Blade, so kind of similar to that that list, but gotta say it's the first time seeing anything that looks quite like this.
The light protects me.
Alright, it makes sense. Squire there just to combat the Leper Note. I guess just thinking if you wanted to coin his own Leper Gnome, but hoping to get the Mukla out. Now, this is a difficult position. There are so many traps, right? 4 different kinds of traps from Warlock here. Yeah, not able to hit that Leper Gnome. It would have been real nice if he could get an empty board before throwing Mukla out, but you're going to have to do it with the hero power instead. Alright, Hunter just chipping away, but Mukla onto an empty board, exactly how you want it. We know the freezing trap down. Gonna be hit with a deadly shot. I was also gonna mention misdirect could be a big issue for that Mukla. Yeah, generally speaking, I mean, I have not seen this matchup before. This Rogue especially, an entirely unique list. But Hunter really just seems to have all the tools to deal with what Severe's throwing out. Yeah, it's just an awkward spot now. A 3-mana Squire. Not at all what you're hoping to get. He could play it out with the Cold Blood. Yeah, if he's just real desperate here. But this is where, yeah, I would start to worry about misdirect. I think he's got to start taking risks like that. Down at 22. Oh my. Another deadly shot off the top. Alright. But just going to continue chipping away with that hero power. Pretty cool to see Greenskin here, though. But again, just all the answers here from Warlock. So I mean, at least a couple of draws here to keep things going with these loot hoarders, but let's see what Warlock's got. There's a lot of things in the list that could deal with it. Pyromancer, potentially. Explosive Trap could be great. Just a naked greenskin. I mean, even just pushing 4 damage. Really not too bad. Not a great position to be in if you're severe, but finally actually able to take the board back. Let's see if the Arcane Golem's coming out as well. Just maximum damage as fast as possible. Once again, if there's something like an explosive trap here. Okay, the Wild Pyro, another way to clear. And with Banana is going to keep it alive as well. Alright. We're staring at 5 damage at 16. A little bit worrying, but with Assassin's Blade in hand. Warlock on a clock as well. Smork versus Smork, 9-9. Would not be surprised to see the sap here at all. Might be the only thing to, yeah, keep Severe alive. Alright, hoping to live just one more turn, staring at 6 damage. Now, I'm not sure I'd like that not playing the Arcane Golem gives the potential for, yeah, not only a taunt, but a trap as well, right? A misdirect or an explosive trap to go up the following turn. Actually, a few ways that bites him, but yeah, Misha going to be difficult for the weapon and the Golem here. Let's see, can Severe draw another 3 damage? A second sap, something like that. Gonna dig with the Drake. Wow. Wow, it's just that easy. Just that easy. Drake combos into the Eviscerate. Gonna be 3-1 for Severe. That's gonna end Warlock's tournament run. Now, Warlock, I believe, also mentioned they had played previously in the NA tournament. Everything's seeded here randomly. And it just so happened to pair the two together again. So let's see. Look at an updated bracket. See where we can go with the games. Got a couple still going on here in the second round. Looks like HDA and Alfredo Maya still wrapping things up in the first. But yeah, this is what we got so far. Let's see what else we can jump into here. Let's see. Okay, we got Andres versus Nox. Let's go ahead, see if we can't get Nox added here. Great. So according to this, still 0-0 it looks like. I'll bring up the deck lists in just a second. But let's see, we've got Andres has banned the Shaman from Nox, and once again, the website with just a weird display issue, not showing the ban that Nox has on Andres, but that's okay. That is okay. Let's go ahead. Let's grab these decks. Andres here is playing the Druid. Oh. And Nox. Oh. Not even looking at the game, but apparently it is over. Great commentating there. Okay. Well, we'll grab whatever deck list is coming from Nox there. So, gonna be 0 there, 1 on the side of Andres. Let's see what each player opts to bring. So, no longer gonna be able to play Druid here. Okay, seems like quite the deliberation. I'll refresh, see if it gives any more information on the bans. Still does not. Quite unfortunate. But yeah, Nox not going to be able to play Shaman, so he's got Warrior, Druid, and Warlock to select from. Whereas Andres cannot play the Druid. Something is banned. I'm going to take a bold guess and say there's a good chance it is the Miracle Rogue. If that's the case, that leaves him with Warrior and Paladin. The Paladin list looks like kind of a Shockedin list. Yeah, very aggressive Paladin and a Control Warrior. Maybe a quick little break here from our players. All right. So it is Paladin. Gonna see the same Warrior here. I think a pretty typical Shockedin. A little interesting to see Blessing of Kings here. But Warrior can do quite well here. Now let's take a look at this list. Harrison Jones actually going to be quite good in the matchup. True Silver, one of your best ways to push damage as a Paladin. As this aggressive Paladin, I should say. And on the low end of things, wow, Frothing Berserker, a single Berserker. Yeah, double Whirlwind, certainly going to help. Double Brawl. Yeah, I think a lot of really, really good tools here. However, extremely aggressive draw from Andres. I like this this trade here. But it's looking like just a ton of value about to come out from the Divine Favor. Now let's see, Whirlwind Slam is clear. Yeah, just gonna opt to do that. You end up getting the draw, but it is always a decision when you're on the side of the Warrior or against this kind of Paladin. You know, you really don't want too many draws because you're very aware of that Divine Favor. I think a fine time to use it there. Otherwise, you were looking at Elven Archer Hero Power, which is just a couple 1/1s against a Warrior that can deal with 1/1s very well. Certainly not what you're hoping for. You'd love to draw a lot more, but yeah, just going to continue with this removal game from Nox. Alright, Consecrate putting in work, but still just stripping the armor, treading water here, trying to stay alive. Nox has got removal on that Worgen. Even going to be able to beef up the Frothing here. Although that might not matter. Now here it would not be too unusual to see, yeah, Blessing of Kings down on a minion that can't attack right away. You're sort of forced to do it. And this is a less than ideal position from Nox, having to trade in a full Berserker to then execute. But it's very likely going to be the move here. Yeah, with only 2 cards in hand, I'm sure Nox is fine drawing more here. We've seen 1 Divine Favor. Still not going to be too much draw, even if he does get a couple off of this Acolyte. And then nicely able to curve out into 8 and 9 with Grom and Alex. I mean, this is just a terrific position for Nox. And Andres, I think just, you know, trying to think as hard as he possibly can to find an out here. Not wanting to snipe with the Knife Juggler. Don't want to give a free draw. But this is the best board he can really get. Yeah, so clear in a single draw. The Grom going to be able to clear. I mean, really does feel like there's no way back into it. I guess you can shoot one of the whelps from Leroy. You're in a tournament. Why not go ahead and do this kind of desperation play? It's a small chance you get back into the game with your other Divine Favor.
Armor made to fit. I have no time for games.
But yeah, Nox just showing that Andres has got no way back into this. Argent Protector, not going to do it. If you're on ladder, I think this is where you easily concede. But again, it's a tournament. No point of giving up. Yeah, I mean, even this situation is incredibly unlikely in the matchup as a whole. It's not generally what you're even hoping to do with that Alex. Usually you would use it defensively to kind of stabilize. But actually being able to use it offensively just goes to show what a strong position Nox is in there. So gonna get a win there. Warrior now out of the equation. So it might be a little bit easier to find a win for that Paladin. Alright, so we'll see what is coming from each player. What does Nox have now? His other lists were Shaman, Druid, and Warlock. Let me remind myself, but the Shaman is banned. So it's going to be Druid or Warlock. Kind of an interesting Druid list I'm seeing here. Cenarius, Anurish, Starfall, Tinkmaster, Double Healing Touch, and Cold Light. I guess like a Fatigue Druid. Alright, perfect. I am excited to see this thing in action. Oh, whoops, changing the wrong one here. Here we go. Take a look at this thing. Yeah, Fatigue, Mildred. I guess it's more just a mill type thing. Hard to say. I haven't really seen a mill druid run with any sort of success in Classic. It's always just been kind of a fun thing. You know, maybe do it on ladder from time to time. Not really sure what the most favorable matchups are for this thing. I gotta think, you know, with the Naturalize is able to blast a lot of big minions from those control decks. You know, you got a BGH, a Tinkmaster to deal with something big, or something like a Sylvanas, a Cairn, where you get that kind of silence effect. But, you know, still 2 swipes, 2 keepers, a Starfall. Plus Double Claw. I mean, all good cards here against aggro. Yeah, I won't pretend to know how this matchup should go, but I'm very interested to see. equality here. It's a very big draw from Andres, but just an awkward turn. Blessing of Might, hero power. Gives you more presence on the board. You're basically just saying, sure hope Nox doesn't have swipe. We can see, unless we get a lucky top deck here. The risk pays off, but okay, just gonna hero power hit for the clear. Can take the damage for now. Getting to a point where things get dicey. Now, Andres opting to Divine Favor while it's still going to be valuable. You know, the longer you hold on to that, generally speaking, the more time Nox has to play out some of those cards. It is an interesting situation with the open deck list, you know, knowing this type of deck from your opponent, but I'm not sure if Andres is going to know exactly how to play against something like this, just because it's not something that you generally see. Now it looks like Nox thinking about Innervate on something like the Ancient War here. Obviously we see not going to go so well with these equalities, but you know, 19 cards left in the deck of Andres. It's a reasonable risk to take at a time like this. Alright, I mean, all the way down at 9 health. There is a healing touch here to just, you know, try to stabilize, because we see there's an Avenging Wrath, there's Blessing of Kings, right? A lot more damage coming the way of Nox. Boy, and even just giving a little bit more burst there from Andres. Now what is this? 3, 5, 6. Looks like just shy of being able to kill Nox. But Andres knowing what is in the deck of Nox, you know, that healing touch, there's only one more left, though it is in the hand of Nox here. I don't think there's a lot to be afraid of. Right? You can heal up a bit more, even if a big taunt was to come your way. Andres is sitting on that other equality. Okay, well, yeah, this is a little bit interesting. Knowing your opponent is running BGH, yet still buffing your Knife Juggler up to 7. Risky move. Gonna be hit here. But with the healing touch, what is that? 13. Can guarantee at least 6 from the Avenging Wrath. Yeah, again, looks like just shy. Unless you had the luckiest Avenging Wrath in the world. But I don't think it's going to matter. Setting Nox that low. And sitting on Equality Consecrate. There's just not really any risk. I think Nox probably seeing that. Gonna desperately dig for something. Yeah, I mean, could double naturalize or something like that just to not die on board, but gotta know there's a couple damage coming your way for sure. So win number 2 going to Andres here. I need to desperately run to the washroom as they're picking their next deck. We'll be back ASAP.
of a machine. I will fight to protect the wild. Victory or death!
Back to see warrior against the druid. Okay, so what does this warrior list look like? Okay, pretty standard control warrior. The Black Knight, certainly going to be helpful. Yeah, you see kept by Andres. Definitely going to be nice against those Ancients of War. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how this deck does against a control list. I'm not too surprised, especially with the draw of Andres on the Paladin. Not too surprised to see how that game went. But like I said, Naturalize here going to be really good on those big bodies that Warrior's running. And it's got the potential to mill some cards here. I don't know if the goal is just to fatigue your opponent or what. I have to imagine in this kind of matchup it is. But yeah, it's very hard to get these kind of mill lists to work in Classic. There's just not too many cards that work amazingly towards that. You know, in some of the later expansions, you saw the archetype really flourish. So see, Nox has got some clean ways to remove. I'm not sure what he's considering, if it's something like Claw, Hero Power versus something like Wrath. I think both very acceptable ways to deal with the issue. It's also possible, I mean, he's sitting on this Innervate with the coin. You just go ahead and get out something like the Lore. He could just Innervate out a Sylvanas. So maybe that is part of the consideration here. Okay. Yeah, probably one of the better times to use Claw. Not a lot of great targets in this list, unless you're going to go ahead and use it with the hero power. Right? Acolytes at 3. Horcrons at 3. I guess BGH is really the only other thing at 2 that you could go ahead and bop real efficiently with. Yeah, and then Andres has got to consider, you know, he's sitting on this Acolyte, knowing what he's up against. That may just be a completely dead card here. Okay, this time I'm going to go ahead and draw, it looks like. Yeah, I'm very interested in the balancing act of how much to draw versus how much to force your opponent to draw. Same goes for Ancient of Lore, right? Got the ability to draw and heal. But if you're going to be playing Cold Lights, you're going to be drawing a lot too. But with the 2 Naturalizes, you can just be a little bit ahead of your opponent in that sense. And very cool to see Andres just knowing that Whirlwind not going to be the most useful card in this matchup. I'm going to go ahead and burn it in anticipation of something like, I guess, Cold Light with the Youthful Brewmaster. So yeah, Nox, I mean, he's sitting at 10 cards. Gonna have to do something here. Generally speaking, you don't want to get out something like Sylvanas on an empty board like this, especially with 6 armor. Right? Always with the ability to shield slam. He knows there's a Gorehowl. Not necessarily in the hand of Andres, but in his deck. But yeah, really thinking this through. Okay, gonna be the lore and just gonna heal up. Makes sense. Can't really draw in this position, but that also means next turn Nox isn't gonna be forced to play something if he really doesn't want to. Okay, yeah, just gonna take it real slow. I guess I'm not too surprised to see that. This Brawl, also probably a dead or close to dead card. This might actually end up working with the Acolyte at best. Something like a 50-50 Brawl. But I think we are in for a long one. Definitely happy I took that bathroom break at the start of this game, because oh boy, I see this just going on and on. Yeah, same thing here. Get rid of the Whirlwind. Don't even worry about shield block here, because you don't want to draw any deeper. Okay, but again, 10 cards in hand. We got some minions here. And Andres isn't sitting on the armor to go ahead and just shield slam something on an empty board. Instead, just got the weapon from Gorehell. But we also know no execute. Now, I'm very curious. Is this going to get taunted? He knows that Andres runs the Black Knight, but also runs BGH. No, yeah, gonna go ahead and beef it up to 10 attack. Actually, not that surprised to see it. Oh, and he saw the BGH earlier. That's right, he saw the BGH, so he knows he can go ahead and do that safely. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, so forced to use the shield slam. Now this is great though, because the slam not going to draw cards for Andres, which we should look at. So we've got 16 cards in the deck of Nox, 18 for Andres. Keeper, the Grove Boy. Kind of hard to see these cards here. Just slowly pan through them so everybody gets a glimpse. They're up top. They get real bunched up. Yeah, wouldn't even be surprised just to see like Wild Growth potentially burned here. Because Nox has got to be considering the same thing. Yeah, not wanting to draw too much. Empties a card out of his hand, and once again, just going to see a hero power don't extend onto the empty board. Now, Andres, I mean, he's got the ability to just throw out a reg, get 8 damage. He knows there's naturalizes in the deck of Nox, so it's going to get punished, but at the same time, it's got to be a question of, you know, how do you get more value than just 8 damage at a reg? You know, Nox pretty deep into his list, like he's halfway through. We see he's got the BGH to deal with it. I believe no naturalize. So it's possible that when you see you're in a position like that, you should just go ahead, you know, take the risk, even though it's unlikely, throw some stuff out and just hope that Nox hasn't drawn the removal just yet. Okay, yeah, basically going to burn the Nourish in a super similar way to what he did with the Wild Growth. No point of getting card draw there, full on mana crystals. Alright, Cairn, probably one of the better cards in this matchup. Unless we see a Tink Master here, which we don't. And a keeper for the silence, obviously pretty decent.
I must safeguard the land.
Alright, so we see that with the swipe. Hero power hit, and yeah, so interesting. Seeing the druid just build up all this armor, you know, 1 per turn. But still sitting here at 29 health after this long. Harrison, obviously no weapon targets in the deck, just saw a swipe. Seems like a reasonable time to run him out. Still being conscious of just keeping that hand not too full of cards. Alright, so does Andres want to put out any kind of pressure? Looks like a single Taskmaster. Which is reasonable, just not wanting to go above 6 cards in hand. The other Taskmaster can still be very useful for setting up an execute. I feel like a broken record here. But Nox just continuing with hero power. Simple, easy removal. Boy, and another card that draws. Yes, so Andres saying, I really don't want to go above 6 cards. Fine, here's the reg. Nox will just choose how to answer here. Right. Cold Light into the Naturalize is a way to mill a single card, I believe. Yeah, 8 cards in hand here. We're seeing 11 in the deck of Andres. Also has the option to... Interesting. Okay. Just going to go ahead and pump cards with this Cold Light. I was going to say also has the option to play out Sylvanas, naturalize his own Sylvanas, and steal the Ragnaros. But no, it's just all about cards here. Yeah, naturalize, I had to just make sure to double check to read it. Such an unusual situation, so... Regardless of who you're destroying, it's not like execute, right? You can target your own minions, but regardless of who you destroy, it is going to force your opponent to draw. And now suddenly Andres a little bit deeper and still 1 naturalize in the hand of Nox. Now, not the greatest of burns here, right? One of the things, if you're playing against a warrior, doing any kind of mill strategy, it's not necessarily all about fatigue. Of course, fatigue is great. You can just win the game with it. But Warrior just has so many important cards, right? Alexstrasza. We've already seen Reg, something like that. And actually, interestingly enough, I didn't even notice until just now, there's no Grom in this list. Which seems like just absolute blasphemy. Very curious why that is, actually. Because not only is it a good finisher, it's still great as just a way to clean up things on the board. Anything that's that proactive, right, with the charge effect. Very interesting. Okay, again, just all kinds of options. So we see, like, here's the Starfall. We've got Healing Touch to get his life total all the way back. Still knows that there's a Black Knight. You know, this Ancient of War we might see as another 10-5 at some point. So I don't think there's any rush to get it out now. Okay, gonna deal the 2 damage. Not really concerned with holding on to the silence, I suppose. Alright, just going to toss out and get in some kind of threat there on the board. Yeah, pretty soon I would expect to see BGH, but we've also got Cold Light with Naturalize. This might just be more forced draws because, well, Alex is still in the deck of Andres. Although I was looking away for the first burn there. I don't believe Alex was in the first set of burned cards by Andres. I think it is still here in the deck. 7 cards in hand. Oh boy. There it is, not milled. Corcoran, that's an okay mill. In this position, you'd much rather have Sylvanas, Alexstrasza. You can live with that one. I think Nox sitting at 10. Yeah, Nox at 10 as well. Only 2 more cards in his deck than Andres, although Andres gonna draw and burn his last card here. Okay, still gonna hold on to 9. And Nox not slowing down with the hero powers, but also not slowing down with the emotes. Incredible. But finally, Andres doesn't have to worry about getting rid of cards because of the burn. He's very happy to get rid of the slam. No big deal. He doesn't want to draw there anyway. Dealing 2 damage, not going to be that useful. But this is starting to look like a game of Gwent or something, you know? Almost all your playable cards just sitting in your hand here. Open deck list, you know what your opponent has got. If you got a deck tracker, you've been taking notes by hand. You can really start adding up, well, what threats do you have to deal with? I like this. I like this Cenarius play. Gonna be about the best use of Brawl, I think. Favorable outcome. Wild Growth. Certainly not going to do a lot here at 10 men and not hoping to draw any more cards. Okay, it looks like it's going to be lore for the heal then. Which is interesting, because Nox does know that there's an Alex that hasn't got burned. So there's certainly damage potential coming his way, but I believe these are 2 healing touches. Yeah, still sitting on 2 healing touches. So even if he goes ahead and takes that 7 damage, really not a big deal. I'm just going to pick it up to heal again. Here we go. Fatigue's starting to ramp up. We already know that this is going to go for quite a number of turns more. That fatigue is going to get real nasty real fast.
What now?
Yeah, just not a lot of options from Andres. I'm looking through his hand. You know, Black Knight, a reactive card. The shield blocks and acolytes entirely dead. So yeah, War Axe. And honestly, Shield Slam as well. Probably 2 of the more tempting cards to play. I guess he's thinking of Shield Slam for the inevitable BGH. All right, the Tinkmaster. Actually a reasonable play here. But the thing is, yeah, this fatigue is just going to be stripping his armor. He's on 3 damage next turn. And because it's going to basically strip his armor every turn, he's not able to shield block. Almost renders this card dead, so it's really only effective against that BGH, and wow. Even winning the 50-50, not that I think it was entirely necessary on that turn. Certainly not going to complain there with just having to deal with the squirrel. Alright, we see Alex now, just can't wait for any more healing to come down. Sure, we're going to see this get BGH'd and then answered by Shield Slam, and then I believe Nox just plops down a threat or two and wins the game here. I mean, as long as there's no big mistake, and I really wouldn't expect to see it, something like playing the Ancient of War into the Black Knight. Yeah, if he's just going to go ahead and lore heal, be ready on those healing touches. There's really nothing Andres can do here. Yeah, even with the Shield Slam here on the BGH, I mean, it makes sense to run out the Black Knight, not getting that, destroyed taunt value. You've already seen Nox go ahead and uproot one of these Ancients of War. So you'd be pretty certain that he's going to do it again, but yeah, even here on board, gonna get obliterated. Sure, 5 damage. I mean, yeah, this is the end, and boy, not just bringing the match down to fatigue, but reading through chat from my own personal experience, quite a fatiguing game, I'm sure, to play and watch. So, all right, Nox gonna tie it up. Now, don't worry, we won't see another game from that Druid, but we are gonna have to see a win from the Warrior of Andres here, if he hopes to move on. So, yeah, with their final decks here, let's bring it back up. What does he have left? So, Nox. Seeing the win with the Druid, the Warrior. So, it looks like he's just got his Warlock left. Yeah, maybe players taking a bit of a breather here. Kind of a long one, mentally exhausting. But the Warlock deck is a handlock, which I guess I can just bring up now. We already know it's coming. So there it is, Warrior versus Handlock. Generally, I think Handlock favored. No Grom here. I gotta think, really gonna hurt the Warrior's odds, because a lot of times what you're doing as a Warrior in this matchup, trying to be conscious of Molten Giants, keep them around 15 health. It's not too bad. It really can happen if you're running Brawl on a board that goes kind of wide. You equip Fiery War Axe, take out their taunts all at once, and then burst them down from 15 with like a Grom Fiery War Axe, something like that. And yeah, here just not going to be able to have any of that burst. Harrison's going to be useless with no Jiraxis. The Black Knight should get some value. It's got to be able to hit some kind of taunt. A single BGH, not too bad, but a single Brawl, also not optimal in this matchup. He's going to have to, I think, get pretty lucky to come out of this with a victory. But just potentially hoping for bad draws on the part of Nox or something like that. I guess while we're waiting, I can also bring over the bracket. Just updated it. This is what we're looking at. So Hiskond 3-0 over Severe. So Severe with his new deck lists, right? Different lineup from last time. Looks like not going to carry him all the way through. Well, I did see some chatter earlier. People were asking about Patish. Patish, the winner of the previous EU tournament, had a migraine this morning, so just not able to participate. This was actually not a 3-0 from Hiskand. It was just a forfeit. Yeah, working our way down. I guess Sheep will be facing the winner of this match, which will then go on to face Hiskand. Again, we'll be casting everything from the semifinals up. Okay, Bublin versus Thaxor. Tatxor, boy, I still have not learned how to pronounce his name, but I think another strong contender for favorite here. Got a bye in round 1. I believe this match was a forfeit as well, so not sure we've seen any play up to this point. And then we'll have to see what comes out of this match. Going on to face Satur. But, yeah. Very, very long bathroom break, I guess. Yeah, I really don't want to switch away at 2-2. We know what we're in for. I have to imagine a lot of people excited to see Nox play here. There was a lot of draw, right? We've got 20 players in this tournament. I know a lot of people on Discord who have played in these tournaments before or watched a lot of them. They've got a lot of excitement themselves. They really tried to draw in some of the best ladder players to get them in, right? We're talking people like HDA, very strong ladder player. I think he always likes to get the best players in here, which means Nox, which means, yeah, Thaxor. Hiskand, I think another very strong ladder contender. I mean, geez, what do we have here? Yeah, rank 7. And I think, generally speaking, hits rank 1 at least at some point during the season. Rank 4 from Hiskand. Oh, even rank 3. Not even sure how to say. MN Igrak. See, even in the tournament, or just sitting on my tournament. He is in the tournament. Playing against Alfredo Maya. So see what happens there. But yeah, guys, I'm just running out of things to say while we sit here and chill. I hope YouTube has skipped ahead. There we go. There we go. Thank you for bailing me out of that. Now, Nox also on point with all these different portraits. Gotta mention that. But yeah, like I said, I think Nox highly, highly favored with the Warlock here. I'm trying to think from the perspective of Andres. How could this game develop such that it's favorable? I really don't know what it is. The best I could think is actually maybe something like this Korkron getting value. If you hope that Nox whiffs on some of these 4s like Twilight Drake, basically the Mountain Giant. It just whiffs on the early game, gets a lot of damage out of early minions without the ability to remove too efficiently, but it looks like none of that's going to happen, right? The option to even just Hellfire something like that is going to be fine. Get out the early Drake, which might force an execute. Yeah, it's just going to be very, very tough for Andres here. Yeah, 4-8 Drake. I mean, there's both Korkrons, but yeah, I think a reasonable move to just go ahead and execute here. But what does he do against this other Drake? You know, unless Andres is drawing into a shield slam, he might even be forced to just take the risk of shield block here. Yeah, of course he could run the Korkron in for an execute, but yeah, I think you got to go for something kind of lucky. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, Gorehal will be able to get some value going forward. But unfortunately, it's kind of looking like not going to be able to take advantage of this 9 armor. Yeah, it just looks like that's the question here. Do you play out the Kor'kron? And I think it makes sense, even if the Drake hits here, which I would fully expect. You know, gets it into range of the Gorehal or the other Kor'kron potentially. I don't think you want to execute here. Okay, gonna lock out the other Kor'kron, lock out the ability to Gorehal. Actually, a very interesting play from Nox here. But, I'm thinking for Andres, boy, I wouldn't expect Nox to make a big mistake here. Yeah, see, with only 1 Brawl in the deck, not killing any Giants, big taunts, a reg, anything like that, I just feel like that's not a play that's going to win you the game. Now, Nox probably wasn't likely to overextend into that single Brawl, but I think it might have been correct to play and hope for that kind of mistake. Well, let's see what Andres tries to respond with. I'm trying to work through every calculation. You know, 3 reg hits to the face of Nox is lethal. Of course, it's never going to happen. Forcing the overdraw, though. I like that just because, same thing, if you got to hope for something a little bit lucky, hope to mill a good card. Ancient Watcher, not really what you were hoping for there. Alright, well, the Slam Execute, at least a pretty clean way of dealing with Reg. And the Karen draw, actually reasonable. I mean, Karen is just so annoying to deal with, no matter who you are. Looks like he's considering the Kor'kron. Now, would he send the Kor'kron to face or just go ahead and hit with the weapon? The only advantage I could see from Kor'kron is he'd be able to armor up, potentially get more value out of that shield slam, but you know, still take a number of turns before you get any kind of big value. And yeah, I think Karen's just going to put in a lot more work, or at least be a little bit more annoying for Nox here. We're not seeing any mountain giants. So at least a bit of luck here in favor of Andres. You know, sitting at 10 cards. Nox is going to be forced to play something out. And none of this really ideal. Yeah, you can see just not wanting to get rid of... wow. Okay. Not wanting to get rid of any cards in hand. Okay. Do we even see the swing from the weapon? This is so much damage that it's going to put him into Molten Giant range anyway. No, gonna hang out and wait. I think, yeah, appropriate time to take a risk here. I'd expect to see the other Molten for free. But certainly a choice of how to deal with this. You know, there's a Soulfire to potentially take out the top half of this Karen. And you could Shadow Flame after. You could choose to Siphon Soul, get some life. You know, leave this on board and then plop down the Sun Fury on both Moltens. You've already seen the Brawl. So I guess the risk is like BGH and the Black Knight. Alright, gonna see. Maybe the BGH. Yeah, I think I like the Siphon Soul here. Just being that low on health, you gotta kinda assume Andres is doing it for a reason. You know, knowing that he's got the potential to kill Nox sometime soon. So what can we see here? Obviously BGH, very good against one of these. The Shield Slam is going to put in some work.
What now?
Right, he can do something like throw Cairn in with the Shield Slam. He's got 5 from the Gorehel, 4 from Korkron. Which does make it extremely important to have Siphon Soul there, or that was just it for Nox. Okay, it looks like actually going to trade the Korkron in. Trade the Korkron in, clear. Build up that armor for the following turn. Okay. I mean, actually quite a reasonable position for Andres. I'm thinking... Boy, see, BGH does still get value against that Alex in the matchup. Alex and Geddon, both of which he knows are in the deck, but it's looking like he might just have to throw it out with the Shadow Flame and the Mortal Coil. The draw, at least, pretty useful to get into some kind of threat. But surprisingly, I think Andres actually in a reasonable position here. Just no Mountain Giants. Just like I highlighted earlier, I think Andres having to get lucky, and here we are. Getting a little lucky. You don't have to worry about Nox's life total at this point. He's already played both Moltens.
What now?
Right, let's see what he wants to do. I mean, this Alex is also so interesting. He just saw the BGH. But Alex either going to heal your opponent or hurt yourself at the moment. So yeah, I like the Geddon. Draw very useful, but just such a bizarre setup here. Again with the Shadow Flame Molten blah 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 coil. See, this is the EU tournament. I wake up super early and can't talk or deduce good plays. Alright, that's my excuse. Still no Mountain Giants. Down to 8 cards left in Nox's deck. I mean, this is just extremely unfortunate. Okay, I mean, Earthen Ring, at least it is something on board. The heal, going to be very useful. But at this point, it's like Nox is just running out of threats here. I'm trying to think what he's got left. Faceless, double Mountain Giant. Yeah, and without the Grom, just it is really hurting Andres here. Getting very lucky up to this point. But not running Grom, just making it hard to close this game out. Now, he's got damage from the Gorehel. if he wants to go face with it. And then he could equip the Fiery War Axe later. Obviously, the ability to hit the Farseer here, if he was to do that, Alex is still going to be a net neutral. He could also armor up Taskmaster the Armorsmith, and he'd have enough to shield slam the Farseer. Alright, maybe gonna make it a tempting Hellfire board, but I'm sure Nox just not wanting to take damage here. Still no Mountain Giants. Though at this point it is almost too little too late. Boy, yeah, obviously he's got the ability to do something like Faceless, Taunt Up, but that is kind of just a play to not die for now. But it doesn't really put him in a position to win. Soulfire, the discard is such an issue when you know that there's Mountain Giants here. Jeez, and an Owl. At this point, Nox has got to be either questioning Blizzard's ability to shuffle a deck, or maybe questioning his own sanity as to whether or not he put Mountain Giants into this list. This is 4 damage on board at the moment. Yeah, it looks like, I was going to say, thinking of even just dropping that Sun Fury. Alright, we're going to see the Alex.
I bring life.
Wow. Okay, I mean, that's it, right? There's just not, I don't think he can tap into anything. Maybe another Soulfire? I think he does have one more in the bottom 4 cards of his deck. He'd have to be lucky with discards, and even still puts you in a terrible position for the following turn. But I think you have to tap here. Okay, Leroy, it isn't out. I mean, he's only got 2 damage from Gorehel, 3 if he equips the Fiery War Axe. Oh, but yeah, I guess, because he's going to have to, what do you have to do? Play the Leroy, power overwhelming it, and then Soulfire one of the Whelps? Is the only way to save himself from Fiery War Axe? Yeah, and just going to give up, not even play that out, which I think is reasonable. I think with the remaining cards there, just so unlikely to win. Wow. Incredibly unfortunate. Boy. You really hate to see games come down to that much randomness. You like to see the players who demonstrate the most skill come out on top. Here. Gonna do my best to just jump into the next game as quick as possible. We got Thaxor versus Bublin, and it looks like, oh, of course, looks like Bublin up 2-0 right now. We'll try to get him added so we can see everything from his perspective. I'm going to go as quick as possible. Not sure exactly how much more time we've got in the matchup. So we got Thaxor here running this warrior. Is that everything? Ends at the Arcanite Reaper. Okay. And then what do we got? We got Bublin here. Try to get him added ASAP, and Bublin running this rogue here in position 3. Whoop. Okay, and yeah, like I said, it looks like 2-0. I'll do a quick refresh and check out the bans and everything. But yeah, like I said, Nox probably one of the favorites to win this tournament, just based on how he does during ladder. But I think Thax or another very strong contender. Yes, so still looks like 2-0. Bublin is banned Thaxor's Rogue, which I think is very unsurprising, just because, well, he does very well with it when he ladders. And Thaxor is banned Bublin's Druid. Now we are seeing a Giant Edwin, I think, about to be executed. Again, as I highlighted before, I think most aggressive decks stack up quite well against Miracle Rogue. Sitting on all this armor as well, I would generally give the edge to Thaxor here. And this is looking like a desperation move. You know that executes are in the deck. Oh boy, I mean, he's down to 13 cards in his deck, but I suppose having to take the risk. We do see a concealed, though. Okay. So coming in a bit late. Not sure. I suppose there's a chance of another conceal here. I'm just going to generate a bit more armor. Okay, it looks like he was thinking about the cold light here. Yeah, opting to just draw off the loot hoarder. I think giving Bublin any kind of draw seems a bit risky at this point in time. Alright, so there's the 14. Primed for an execute, and yeah, no conceal, so not really sure what Bublin's got left. I've been looking at stuff on the side here. It looks like this is just lethal, though, hey? It doesn't even matter. If you wanted, you could execute just for good measure. Opts not to BM with it, but alright, gonna keep the series interesting. Happy to see that. Don't want to cheer for anyone here, but I just like seeing more Hearthstone. So there we go. 2-1. Gonna remove the warrior from contention, and let's see what Thaxor's got in store. Okay, so again with the rogue, not too surprising. Just for the fact that it's a great deck, and here's what we've got from the hunter. So let's take a look. Looks yeah, looks like a fairly standard kind of mid-range list, a little different than what I would expect. I mean, that Tundra Rhino stands out to me. Some people like Oasis Snapshot, especially with the Houndmaster combination. I'm always a fan of Jungle Panther, but yeah, we see the single deadly shot. Going to be able to deal with some big minions, but here, I believe we still can't see Bublin's perspective, unfortunate. But here's going to be real good for concealed gadgets, man. Single Flare, single Stone Tusk Force, single Timberwolf. Yeah, okay, so I mean a few interesting things that you don't normally see. Now both bows in hand, I guess just fine with getting rid of that first charge. Bubbling, comfortable drawing. Looking like quite a slow start here from Daxor. Starting to get a little bit worried. Generally speaking, if you're playing as the hunter, you got to generate some kind of tempo. Whether you're playing control, mid-range, aggro, whatever it is. Hunter does a very good job getting that early chip damage. Whereas, yeah, this list is going to be good. Kind of from this turn on, pushing damage. Starting to think kill command here is going to be a crucial draw. Having that kind of burst, really, really nice in this matchup. Wow, but coin, gadgets in, prep. Looking like a shiv, eviscerate. Another prep. Into a set. Wow. I mean, yeah, just completely removing the tempo. Interesting, opting to Hunter's Mark and hit. I think that's a really solid choice, though. Seeing what Bublin did here, it's possible, you know, he's just sitting on the other gadgets in, waiting to conceal it, right? He's comfortable letting that one not get concealed because he draws so many cards with the double prep there, the shiv, that kind of thing. So yeah, a little bit tough to tell if Thaxor is going to be in an okay position sitting on the deadly shot because we don't know what Bublin's got.
My eyes are open.
Okay. And I mean, even just healing, not maximum efficiency out of that Farseer. But hey, 2 health, I mean, that's 1 hero power. And still, yeah, just not able to generate all that much tempo here. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see the Timberwolf. Other than the fact that I think he's going to use it for a draw off of the Buzzard at some point. But yeah, if you're Thaxor, you're really hoping to hit a Houndmaster here. I mean, even a tracking, like I said, kill command, going to be a great way to close out this game. And we see Bublin with 13 cards left in his deck, right? Already drawn so deep without a concealed gadget in. Yeah, just going to opt to push damage and I guess backstab the Croc. The list is running 2 saps, so we've only seen the one. Even if Thaxor can get the Houndmaster here, if we were to see that Starving Buzzard Timberwolf play, still has the risk of getting sapped. I don't mind this, though. At least one of those things is going to stick. You can get more damage from the Timberwolf, but as soon as you see Leroy, you gotta think it's over. Thaxor trying to use Deadly Shot on his opponent's turn. Little known secret, if you do it at the right time, you can shoot Leroy before he gets Shadow Stepped. That's going to be it. Another extremely strong contender knocked out, so. Yeah, let's take an updated look at the bracket. That might get us to the semifinals here. Let's see. No, we've got Andres versus Sheep. It looks like still Satur versus Alfredo Maya. Let's see. Is that game going on? We haven't got to see any of Satur today. No, it looks like it is not going on, so. Otherwise, I would have liked to jump in there. But maybe we'll catch the end of that series. So, Andres. Let's see if we can't get Bublin added as well. Or bubbling, jeez. What's the name? Sheep. Sheep. Okay, we'll get the deck list set up once again. So Andres. Playing Rogue. I'll get the bands and everything for you as fast as I can. And let's update the score here. So at the moment it is 1-0 for Andres. Great, looks like we got sheep here. Okay, and sheep's lists. Here, running the warrior. Okay, okay. A warrior with Grom. Who would have thought? Okay, yeah, so taking a look at the matchup. Gonna have to refresh the page here. Real curious to see what the bans were. Let's see, so Andres has banned the Warlock of Sheep. Once again, we just got that strange issue where it's not displaying the bans from the other opponents. I'm not sure what was banned from Andres. But game one, Andres won with the Paladin over Druid. If you remember the Aggro Paladin, the Shockadin. Alright, let's get our head into this game. Not sitting on Auctioneer Conceal here at 6. Highly unfortunate if you're the Miracle Rogue player. Oh, why did I select the Warrior? Boy, I am clearly not paying enough attention. Druid. Boy, investing a lot to take out this Cairn, but yeah, just not sitting on a sap. That's what you got to do, at least with the spell damage here. Going to be able to take out the second half and still build quite a nice board with not great answers coming back from Sheep. And Black Knight contests okay on board as is, but we can see probably going to get blasted by that Eviscerate. Yeah, instead, I'm just going to Wrath, swipe. Which gives Andres the opportunity to, again, just build up minions on the board, but he doesn't have great follow-up here. Gonna get the Thalnos out. I imagine for that draw, just try to look for a Gadget Sand. With the amount of damage he's got, even just a Leroy here starts to give him a lot of burst potential. But I think, yeah, where's he at? 17 cards left in his deck. I think that the Gadget Sand really what he needs here. And honestly, yeah, Reg, not too bad. Obviously, Thalnos, a little annoying if he gets in the way here, but is he gonna get rid of it before the Abyss? Looks like yes. This is rough. And you can Deadly Poison, hit and Eviscerate, heal back up with the Farseer. But 6 health versus a Druid on 9 mana. Yeah, that's not a position you want to be in. So we're going to desperately heal here with the Farseer. Okay, just going to leave it. Probably hoping that, you know, you just got no removal. We saw the Wrath, saw the swipe. Yeah, maybe Reg will hit that, gives him a bit more time to draw into that Gadget's Hand. But if Sheep wants, Keeper Hero Power is going to be able to remove. Hell, he could even Savage Roar Hero Power. Either way, you can follow it up with a Golem as well. Potentially draw from the Wild Growth. I mean, just such a good position if you're the Druid player.
I must safeguard the law.
Okay, thinks about it for a while. Oh, actually going to silence the Reg. Okay, just make sure he's not taking too much damage here, I guess. Actually, that is not it. Just really, really wants to ensure Reg hits face. Okay. Just doesn't believe that Andres has the ability to kill him. And, well, he's right. And you never know when you're facing a Miracle Rogue player. I mean, there are permutations here that I'm sure could be game-winning. We did see the one Shadow Step. Without mathing it out, maybe he was guaranteed to survive there. But either way, I mean, we see the hand. Yeah, there was really no way back into the game, and that's going to tie the series up at 1. Alright, while they're queuing up, another bathroom break. We'll be right back.
You asked for it. None can escape my fury. Mind if I roll knee?
Alright, so we see a rogue taking a crack at mage this time. Where is the mage list? Alright, looks like it tops out there. Okay, taking a look at the mage. Looks like a pretty standard freeze mage. Yeah, there's always a little bit of wiggle room for what exactly you want here. Double Loot Hoarder, double Novice Engineer. A lot of draw. Opting for more draw over something like, yeah, potentially a second Flame Strike, second Mirror Image. I've even seen Azure Drakes a decent amount. But Mage, Freeze Mage specifically, pretty favorable matchup here against Miracle Rogue. So it seems like a smart choice by Sheep. Okay, so early Doomsayer, going to try to prevent any sort of board from developing. And we do see a Conceal, but still no Gadgets in. Boy, 2 Conceals, actually. This is interesting. Is Doomsayer draw here? This is a great time to play Doomsayer, right? Andres at the mana where he'd be playing a Drake or having one of those Dream Auctioneer turns. You can play it preemptively just to stall out. Looks like we got Bubbling there. But opts to wait. He does have the Frost Nova, which can prevent any kind of, minions attacking. This, again, a great turn. 6 mana. More typically, where you're going to see that Gadget saying Conceal. But really thinking about it. Yeah, interested to see how this game goes. I mean, if Andres is in a position once again where he just isn't able to draw that Auctioneer, he's got to start looking at, how does he win from this position? Double Conceal. He's got the Leroy, but no Shadow Steps. And you gotta anticipate. You've got to get through Ice Blocks as well. So yeah, something like, sometimes you'll end up playing Leroy and then Concealing. Because a lot of decks just don't have the capability to, oh, interesting. To deal with a Concealed Leroy, but this is not one of them, right? Double Blizzard plus Flame Strike. Up until now, that other Doomsayer, and wow, draws the Gadgets in at the time that you would hope to, but now with the Doomsayer on board, so yeah, he's got the ability to backstab and eviscerate, but that's only 6. Wow, that pesky 7th point of health. Actually a really big deal that he finished off the Drake, didn't do something like Doomsayer Frost Nova, because yeah, that spell damage would have made this thing clearable. So is he gonna just leave this out to get the card draw? I would imagine so. Yes. Yeah, and Sheep just playing this real patiently. Same kind of thing. Put out the Thalnos in anticipation of some card draw. Now, it's not too bad for Andres, because it does give him a nice backstab target.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, just going to be tons and tons of draw. Here we go. Here's the damage. Finally, the draw engine that he was looking for the previous game. And able to see that this is indeed Ice Block. Yeah, now this is real unfortunate. You'd love to answer this board with a Flame Strike. But instead, yeah, just gonna freeze, I guess prevent any kind of like cold blood attack. Where Andres can start to chip away at Sheep's health. But boy, he is sitting on a lot of damage here. We got Leroy. Single Shadow Step, I mean, that alone is 12. Double Cold Blood, 20, 23 with the Deadly Poison. But with the Blade, I guess. Just about enough to proc it already. Now, let's see, I'm expecting to see the Edwin here, I guess. And this is going to be a lot of cards played probably not a better time to really do it. You've seen both Doomsayers, so you're not really worried about some kind of like Frost Nova Doomsayer. And yeah, 8 health is going to be out of range of any of these other spells, so yeah, not the greatest position for Sheep all of a sudden. You can stall out with the Frost Nova for another turn. Potentially just freeze with the Frostbolt, but I mean, 6 cards in the deck of Andres. He's basically aware that there is a lot of damage coming his way. If he doesn't freeze this entire board, he's got to expect up Cold Blood. Yeah, so I'm expecting to see one of those. Either the Acolyte, yeah, probably the Acolyte and a Frost Nova here.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, just going to stall it out a bit more. He's really got to hope to hit the other Ice Block and, boy, I guess start pushing some damage unless he's going to... Okay, going for the Loot Hoarder instead. Yeah, he could do something like top deck Alexstrasza, but 21... I believe if Andres wants, he could proc this thing. Is that correct? 6, 7... Boy, actually it looks like just shy, right? 12, 16, 20 with Leroy. If he shadow steps, let's see. Well, now really thinking about it. I mean, he's got these preps. But I don't think it's going to help him for pushing any more damage. Right? I'm looking through his deck, trying to figure out if there's anything left to proc this thing, and I just don't think there is.
This guy's toast.
Wow, and there's the other Ice Block. Okay, this is a big deal. Suddenly, the game's starting to equalize. I don't think Sheep cares about the board of Andres at all at this point. He's got 4 damage there, another 12 from the Fireballs, 3 from the Frostbolt. I think now he's just got to decide, okay, how does he kill him over the next few turns? He's still got to proc it next turn. He can throw up the Ice Block the following turn. Does it actually make sense to play Antonidas here? You can generate 1 more Fireball with the Frostbolt. I guess it's okay, because yeah, you still got a couple more turns. You're effectively looking at like 20 mana. Andres not even wanting to draw here. Yeah, just see him proc that thing. I guess trade off the gadgets in some capacity. Yeah, I think this all makes sense from his perspective, but effort's gonna be futile here. Not a lot you can do against another Ice Block and just that much burn in hand. It was looking a little dicey there for Sheep. But boy, that Ice Block draw was just huge. Now, all that being said, after this is going to lock out the Freeze Mage deck from Sheep, and Andres still going to be looking for a win with Miracle Rogue. I mean, actually looking at this, I guess he doesn't have like a guaranteed victory here, right? There we go. Oh no, yeah, he's good. He's good. Took me a second. I was questioning. I thought he still had the Frostbolt in hand, but yeah, it just doesn't matter. 6-13. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I assume when somebody takes that long, it means I have missed something. But okay, healing up with the Farseer. So not over from Andres. Nothing to freeze here. I mean, he's got the ability to Ice Lance the Edwin, but he knows there's a Leroy sitting in the hand of
Well played.
Andres. Fireball face. Yeah. Boy, I'm not even thinking about the Farseer. Just ignore the commentary here. So actually, a win from the Miracle Rogue. So it's gonna go the other way. Freeze Mage still gonna have to get a victory, and Miracle locked out. 2 wins from Andres. So what do we got left? We saw. Yeah, we still haven't seen what ban. I don't know why the Battlefy website is not showing all the bans. I think it's something to do with the way that certain people have decided to post the deck strings. It's not just the deck string, but it is the list itself. So, we got Rogue, Warrior, Paladin, and Druid. Unsure what's banned. Okay, it looks like Warriors what's got to secure the final win here. And the Warrior Mirror, everybody's favorite. There's nobody that dislikes the mirror. But remember, you had no Grom in this Warrior from Andres. Now let's see, in the mirror, who's kind of checked favorably? We've got a Senjin and a Sunwalker from Sheep, which gives some Black Knight targets for Andres. Actually quite good. And in the reverse, it looks like nothing. No Black Knight targets for Sheep. Yeah, Grom, I think, a bit of an advantage there. Very interesting. 1 brawl from each player. I mean, everything else pretty close to even. You know, there's some interesting choices. The Drake versus stuff like Korkrons, the Senjin, but all that stuff kind of trades evenly. I am noticing no Cairn from Sheep either. Cairn, one of the most difficult cards for any warrior to deal with here. I gotta give the edge in deck lists to Andres, but yeah, this matchup generally comes down to who can remove the other person's threats more efficiently, right? A lot of big threats. The early game, it doesn't have a ton of potential to take off. When you're running something like these Korkrons, sometimes the game just develops in a way where you're pushing a lot of early damage, putting the other warrior on their back foot. But generally speaking, you know, not a lot of risk of death in the early game. And so, yeah, it's all about those late game threats, and Andres positioned better to deal with them. But a bit of a wild card is the Brawl in each of their decks. I think they're probably doing the same thing, kind of eyeing up each other's lists, trying to see how they're going to deal with those threats. And Brawl is a bit of a question mark as to how much value you can get out of it. If one of these players overextends onto the board, obviously going to be a great way to deal with a lot of minions, but if you're kind of behind, if Sheep comes to the same conclusion as I have, where he's just not quite stacked up as well for this warrior matchup, then he might be looking to just get more value out of Brawl than Andres as kind of his catch-up mechanic. Harrison as well, just another great tool, and especially true with Gorehal in the deck. So Yeah, you see, knowing that there's no Black Knight targets, might as well. Might as well just get rid of it. Okay, so a bit of a board here on the side of Sheep, and honestly not the worst brawl. Andres, yeah, wouldn't have to get maximal value out of it, but just gonna opt to Sylvanas, which I like. Stacks up very well on the board. There's not any great removal in terms of execute and shield slam, but of course running that owl just not gonna be quite as nice as Andres would hope. But I think that's likely the right move, right? Get it out early, you're hoping in the top 13 cards. Sheep hasn't drawn that owl. But putting a lot of thought into this, I mean, still a bit of a question as to how he wants to clean it up. Can slam with it as well. Get a bit of draw on top of it. But I'm not sure what the other considerations are. I certainly don't think you can leave Sylvanas up. Perhaps just pushing damage and leaving the Sylvanas on board? Okay, just gonna slam, or shield slam it. Wow! Is that Sanjin going out? Okay. I mean, Sheep already gonna struggle in this matchup. Now just making that brawl so juicy. I don't know. I suppose you could argue it's just a calculated risk on the side of Sheep. But I feel like after making that... Oof. And just the worst outcome there. But after making that play where you silence Sylvanas, one of the few ways you can kind of swing things in your favor if you're Sheep, and yeah, just immediately gives that advantage up. Yeah, I mean, normally here this would be like a Sunwalker play. It's where you're more comfortable running something like that out onto an empty board, but you know that the Black Knight is a possibility. I guess the thought here is you play it before Andres draws too deep into his deck. But that's both taunts down now, right? Sanjin was already gone from the brawl. This is such a huge swing in the favor of Andres. I really don't see how he could lose from this position. Trying to think now, if you're Sheep, I mean, Alex is a way of pushing a lot of damage into Grom. But still, I mean, Warrior's able to generate so much armor that Alex just isn't that big of a deal. He's sitting on Taskmaster and Grom, so like it is a way to push a bunch of damage, but you can't even hope for all that much burst from a weapon either, right? Andres sitting on Harrison. I assume not going to end up playing it on a War Axe, but just save it for that Gore Hell.
I've got the beast in my sight.
Yeah, at least a reasonable answer for that Geddon. But I suspect we're just going to see it get slammed. Yeah, maybe that Armor Smith as well. I see you. I see you mousing over at Andres. Okay, I mean, another reasonable way to deal with that BGH. Armor is reasonably important with the threat of Alex. Whereas the draw, not all that important off a slam. Not that he has an execute, but he's also got like Cruel Taskmaster and Whirlwind to set up for an execute if he does draw into it. But okay. Gonna bop it. At least get 2 armor, so yeah, from the side of Sheep. Wow, I was gonna say really looking for that Alex, and here it is. Actually starts to present a reasonable amount of damage. Like, yes, Andres has an answer in BGH. But this is the start. This is the start of the kind of comeback you want if you're Sheep. Drop the Alex. You maybe even swing with the War Axe here, which I guess is what he's thinking, right? Which could drop into 14. He presents another 12 damage in Taskmaster Grom. I'm probably just hoping to draw that Gorehowl and immediately swing face with it. But wow, shield block on the other end. Just a huge draw from Andres. Gonna help stabilize. Because yeah, knowing that your opponent has Harrison, 12 cards left in their deck, you have to think there's an extremely high chance your Gorehowl would be hit. And there it is, right off the top. Just all these cards that that each player wants. Okay, but actually opting to clear here. I feel like, again, that is another just huge mistake. Like, yes, that isn't going to set up for perfect lethal. But at this point, if you're Sheep, I don't know how you win this game. Like 23 damage there? I have no idea how you deal 23 damage. Yeah, this is very tough. Sylvanas does not contest this very well. Oh, you know, you kind of want that Armor Smith for the Brawl. This might just be an armor up pass. Hope to get value out of your Brawl. If Andres plays something else out, you know, like that Alex, maybe he gets a lucky Brawl. Armor Smith always wins type deal. I think it's reasonable to get that Cork Run out. You gotta strip the armor at some point. I guess he's just trying to play defensively by armoring up there. I think Cairn also a very appropriate minion to run out, because it does combat that single Brawl that's left. And yeah, 6 cards on the side of Sheep, 9 from Andres. Right? Both players getting more and more certain of what's sitting in their opponent's hands. So I think for Andres, that is his big concern. Okay. Can I just make sure that Sheep doesn't get too much value out of that Brawl? Everything else can deal with quite reasonably. I mean, even here, if you just traded, yeah, both minions into that Sylvanas, it's really, really not a big deal. Tons of value for Sylvanas, but Andres was already so far ahead. Yeah, this just isn't an issue. I don't even think you run out the Armor Smith because of Brawl. Yeah, you can basically just press that hero power every turn. Are there any real threats? I guess... Boy, I can't remember. I don't think we've seen Ragnaros from Sheep. Although it's like... It's a big minion. It's probably your best draw here. It's just going to get instantly removed. I guess that's what you're hoping for when you don't know what's in your opponent's hand, but it just... It is a slow countdown to death here for Sheep, I think. Barring some sort of giant mistake from Andres, I don't even know what kind of mistake he can make at this point. Yeah, not even going to throw that rag down to give any kind of value off of the brawl. Yeah, it's possible in desperation. You know, we know that this Execute's been sitting in hand for quite some time. But it's possible that as a desperation move, it was even correct to just Taskmaster the Grom real early. Push that damage. There's the rag. Yeah, not even going to see it played. I'm not sure what out Sheep is playing to here. Andres, I think, just getting impatient. Doesn't need to run out the Alex. Suddenly provides some brawl value, and I think you run out something small with this, right? Perhaps considering removing the top half of that Cairn. Yeah, really thinking through this, not sure it's gonna matter. Even with the best possible brawl outcome. But I think that's what you tried to do. Yeah, there's the brawl, and Armorsmith always wins a brawl, right? Okay, except this one time. At least not the worst outcome. You're staring 11 damage in the face. Looks like double Taskmaster wins it. Rag wins it. How does Andres choose to do it? Alright. Alright, that's gonna be it. 3-1 for Andres. Gonna end the series. So let's take a look at the bracket. We might get an opportunity here to jump over to this final series with Satur. Let's get this broadcast view back. So we got Hiskond versus Andres. Here to start the semifinals, Bublin, yeah, versus the winner of Satura versus Alfredo Maya. Currently sitting at 1-1. Let's jump in. Okay, let's get the win count situated first. 1. Boy, it looks like we're maybe nearing the end of this game already. Interesting deck lists from these players, though. Yeah, not even gonna bother to bring this one up. Quick win. Why did I change that number back to a 1? And it is clearly a 2 for Satur. Now, Satur, I do remember from at least the previous tournament that we got to spectate a little bit. Brought some very interesting lists into it. So I'm expecting more interesting, kind of unique stuff here. Let's see, Warlock, Shaman, Hunter, and Druid. Man, he did have a very, very interesting Warrior, I think, the last time that we saw him. Looks like he, yeah, opted not to bring it this time, but yeah. I'll get details on bans and whatnot as I get these up. And Hunter, Druid, Mage, and Shaman from Alfredo here. If we jump into the match, actually take a look at bans. Hopefully displaying correctly. Yeah, so Alfredo banning the Druid from Satur. Satur banning the Hunter from Alfredo. I think kind of an interesting selection there. Looks like game 1, Alfredo's Mage beating the Shaman from Satur. Then Satur's Warlock beating the Shaman from Alfredo. And as we saw, Shaman beating Shaman. So that's just going to leave Satur's Hunter, I guess. Let's bring that up. This one. So Satur's Hunter. Is it going to still be Shaman? No, it's going to be Druid. There we go.
I'll make my own fortune.
Alright, so looking like more of a token Druid from Alfredo, right? Got the Violet Teachers, Argent Squire, Power of the Wild. Okay, I think a pretty typical variety of token, which I do like in this tournament setting because there are, well, potentially no Black Knight targets. Obviously, Druid of the Clock can be taunted if you choose, but you can do that based around knowing whether they're running the Black Knight or not. But yeah, the Hunter from Satur. Looking, yeah, very interesting. So looking more like a mid-range list. You got those high mains on the high end. Houndmaster, trying to hit River Croc and Animal Companion. But again, we're seeing double Leper Gnome, something that we saw in the Trap Hunters of like Dallin and Crusher. I think a lot of people bringing Hunter here. But none of these early 1-drops drawn, so. Instead, just going to bonk with the bow. Sets up for a nice Animal Companion next turn. Now, against a ramp Druid, I really do like any kind of mid-range list. Hunter with freezing traps can do very well, just getting these kinds of mid-sized bodies. But against this token variety, I think Druid has a reasonable manner of dealing with some of these mid-sized minions. With these draws, the position that they're in, yeah, it is very even positions. Not surprised to see Animal Companion here. But Misha, probably one of the better rolls to get here. And we'll see if it's just answered with the swipe. I'm really thinking about it. I mean, otherwise, there is the ability to try to develop a board, get down a Violet Teacher. You could even Wrath Hero Power if you really wanted to save that swipe. But not a ton of other swipe targets. Obviously, the Leper Gnome is there. Usually, Stone Tusk Boar is going to be used and killed the turn that it's played with like a Hunter's Mark. Potentially just finishing something off. But I suppose the Buzzard as well. Yeah, maybe just thinking that there's more value from the swipe going forward. But I like this. I think this is a reasonable answer to Misha. A few different lines from Satur here. Finally, a Houndmaster target. But it might be a little bit tough to get that Croc to survive. Satur's got the option of something like Flare and Leper Gnome with it. Especially after seeing that swipe, he knows that both couldn't be removed. And with his opponent sitting at 30 health, Hero Power probably not going to do a whole lot here. So I like this move. Going to allow the board to get developed a little bit easier, and yeah, hopefully able to stick a Houndmaster down. But again, Alfredo with options to clear. That Druid of the Clock charging in would still be able to stick on the board. I have to think he's considering Houndmaster here. It's probably the most difficult thing to deal with as the Druid. You get two pretty big bodies, right? Two of those kind of mid-range things. We've seen the swipe down already. I wouldn't be shocked to see a Wrath cleaning this up. You could do something like Wrath, Hero Power, Argent Squire. But instead, just taunting. Interesting. Yeah, it does give Satur a number of options here. Potentially kill command and then running the Leper Gnome in. Like I said, Freezing Trap is very good against Druid in general. Not quite as strong against this token variety. But when you have the board able to play that Freezing Trap proactively instead of reactively, very good chance that you hit something that's at least decently big and not just a tiny minion here. But Teacher Wrath looking very strong, able to clear the Houndmaster target and spawn a 1/1, which if it can stay alive would just be able to eat the Freezing Trap. Yeah, really thinking this play through. Not sure what the other considerations are here either.
Time grows short.
Being able to spawn anything with the Violet Teacher is just so good. But I think it's just a matter of, you know, being in a tournament format, wanting to not make any mistakes, which is quite reasonable. You know, double Unleash the Hounds does afford Satur the ability to clear that token so that it doesn't eat the Freezing Trap. But just a very slow play otherwise. Only pushing 3 damage towards Alfredo. At least this beast demanding a bit of attention. And potentially freezing the Violet Teacher here. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see how comfortable Alfredo is with leaving that up. He's got the ability to do something like play Azure Drake and then Power of the Wild. You're getting +3/+3, right? +1 on 3 different minions, spawning a token. Again, priming yourself to send the token into the Freezing Trap, but it does mean that you're not dealing with that Hound, which leaves a Houndmaster target. Wow, actually just opting to swing in. I'm a little surprised by that. So we do see the Drake. Yeah, slow bit of development, though I don't really think it hurts Alfredo in this position.
Nature's blessings upon you.
Interesting time to emote as well. But yeah, maybe even thinking there a potential bluff. I mean, there's 2 explosive traps in the list of Satur. That wasn't something that he'd kept in his opening hand or anything. Didn't pull it off of a tracking, so yeah, maybe just not expecting that it's freezing, but hey. So I can't remember. He might have actually tested for it before. I don't think so, though. And as Satur forced to run out that Houndmaster. Now, Leroy Unleash the Hounds does represent a decent amount of burst. It's just that there are really good ways for Alfredo to claim the board, right? Wrath, again. He's got Heal in this Ancient of Lore now. Which we'll probably see in the following turn, I would think. But again, a question as to how slow he wants to play this. If he Wraths, less ability to do some play with something like Power of the Wild. And seeing the Drake here, now this, I think a bit of a mistake here. Alfredo actually could have played this Drake out, gotten 3 damage and a draw off of the Wrath, instead of having to, Alright. Okay, gonna play the board control game with Leroy here. I mean, it's either that or you just let Savage Roar come your way, I guess. Hoping to squeak this one out with the hero power. But yeah, not a lot of ways back into this Force Tour, especially with the heal. Double Savage Roar on a minion with Divine Shield. High Main can do some pretty nice things to get Satur back into the game, but that's really the only top deck I can see doing anything here. And even then, it still has to come with a lot of luck afterwards. Okay, actually drawing with the lore. I guess comfortable taking a bit of damage, having already seen Leroy. He's got another heal in his hand. Now the combo. I'm not too good at math, but I want to pretty confidently say that this is lethal. Although Alfredo, wow, really gonna take his time. Ensure that it is. Alright, gonna tie the series up 2-2. Okay, so it does mean the Druid out of the equation. Satura gonna have to get a win with this Hunter, so let's see what do we have to see from Alfredo? We've seen a win from Mage. Looks like it's gonna be the Shaman. What this? We just briefly saw the Shaman right at the end there, dying in the mirror. But Shaman typically very unfavored against, I'd have to say, all varieties of Hunter. I mean, that Hunter hero power, able to chip away at Shaman, and with no heal in most Shaman lists, and yeah, it looks like no Farseer here. It's just really, really difficult to get by. As well, part of Shaman's game plan typically is to just go very wide on the board, right? You're playing your hero power repeatedly, small minions like Argent Squire, Feral Spirit, Harvest Golem, hoping to get value out of Flametongue Totem, but it really plays into the hands of Unleash the Hounds. And so something like Leroy Unleash the Hounds in this matchup, it just presents so much damage. Against this mid-range version, I will say I think it's probably a little bit better for the Shaman in that, Face Hunter is just able to deal way too much damage way too fast. And that Trap Hunter, I would guess as well, probably poses a bit more of a problem. Anything that's running Wild Pyromancer too. I still have to give the edge to the Hunter here. Now with the open deck list, Saturn knows Harrison Jones not going to have any targets in Doomhammer or Stormforged Axe. Boy, I really had to think about that one. Alfredo. Alright, starting to learn a bit about the players here. Really He really likes to take his time. We got a nice 1-2-3 curve here from Satura, though. And it, so far, wow, yeah, no minion to eat that freezing trap before the bow comes out. Oh, the River Croc. You draw that, gonna be pretty good. I mean, honestly, even hero power on 2 is fine. Alfredo picking up the pace here, though. Wow, with a greetings. Alright, well. Let's see. Are you punished for the greetings emote? I don't like to take favorites in any of these matches, but as soon as somebody emotes like that, all bets are off. Now I'm cheering for Satur. Satur, beat the hell out of this guy. Alright, the pace has ground to a halt. Don't worry, the Ferrari's back in the garage. Alfredo's toning it down. Must have been reading chat, being like, "Oh man, this guy's going way too fast. Slow down, Alfredo." That rope, we all love seeing. Well, I guess the good thing is now we can talk in real time. You know, the 5-minute delay doesn't really apply in this game, does it? Alright, I kid, but let's see what we got from Alfredo. Now, the possibility of coining this Drake out. I really don't mind what I'm seeing from Satur, right? Leaving stuff up. He doesn't necessarily need to push damage with this bow. There's still some real good minions to hit with it. But as he lets more stuff get onto the board, he can get more value off of Unleash the Hounds. If he could just get Starving Buzzard with it, wow. Wow. As we say, even 2 minions, like 2 draws off of that, very, very good. He doesn't need to do it now. I see him looking at the freezing trap. Perfectly fine to just drop it there. Yeah, maybe swing face, push 5 damage, try to get that charge. And then, yeah, will not be surprised to see this in the next turn or two. And you can also throw Stone Tusk Boar in there for another draw. I think he's just set up in a great position. If he can get any reasonable number of charges for this bow, he's going to be doing great now. Let's see if Alfredo buys that it's freezing trap this time, right? Once again, we saw how he dealt with the freezing trap the last time. Just attacked with that Violet Teacher. Again, he knows that there's 2 explosive traps in the deck. So if he decides to believe that this is freezing trap, he could just throw down the Flame Tongue, you know, let the totem get picked up. Wow, and actually going to do it. It's a bit of a risky play, but I think it's kind of a reasonable risk to take with the position that he was in prior to this. Of course, this is going to give a ton of draws to Satur. Probably going to be hoping for Hunter's Marks. Maybe even attracting to dig for the Hunter's Mark. Because I'd expect to see Feral Spirit. Oh no, not Feral Spirit, actually. Interesting. Squire Totem. Okay, one more draw off of the boar. Another Buzzard Unleash here. Yeah, interesting choice, because Alfredo is presenting a reasonable threat on board. And actually looking at his hand, he's got a good way to clear the board if Satur opts for a lot of damage to face. But I like this. I like just playing safely here. Although he does have Unleash an Explosive Trap to deal with the board going wide again, this really isn't that bad if he gets hit with something like Lightning Storm here. It's funny, I see some people talking about the Shaman list from Alfredo, this being the same Shaman that Severe brought, Severe winning the EU tournament. Same one that he brought, and talking a little bit about the choices here. But yeah, interesting thing to note, Severe didn't play Thalnos in this deck because he didn't have Thalnos on NA. I actually played the same deck on ladder recently, and we talked a bit about it. He was saying he would probably opt to drop the Harvest Golem instead. So, Alfredo, you know, maybe sniping the, at least what he figures are the best lists from the tournament the previous week. But, yeah, maybe not considering the winner's interview where he talked about the missing Thalnos. All right, 4 more draws here. What is that gonna make this? We got 12 cards left in the deck of Satur. We start after Satur versus Alfred. Yeah.
What are you waiting for?
Greetings, friend. Well,
Another greetings.
that was a mistake. That's incredible.
Oh, wow. I guess there's no cooldown for emotes in friendly games. I know I already found out that casters can't squelch, which is unfortunate. Oh, I can squelch. Wait, I swear I couldn't squelch before. Oh, I can't squelch Satur, but I can squelch Alfredo. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, Satur's sitting on an awful lot in hand here. I mean, he's got the bow, he's got 2 explosive traps for more stuff coming his way. You can just get basically infinite weapon charges. You can go for big stuff in the high main, and we see no Hex in the hand of Alfredo. But I'm guessing this is where we start to see Satur change his game plan a bit. Stop focusing so much on what's on the board and start focusing more on just killing Alfredo, right? Like, this board here represents a lot of damage. What's he actually got? 4, 5, 6. He's got 9. That is that other number you can't say after 9 with the Houndmaster. You already saw the 1 Lightning Storm. But I guess that's what he's considering in the other Houndmaster. But really, yeah, probably not a big concern what he ends up doing here. Okay, still playing for that board control. I guess, yeah, just to make sure if he high rolled with a Lightning Storm that he's not also able to push some damage. There's the Hex for the high main, but at this point, I don't even think it matters. 8 mana, very, very difficult to come back here. But I guess we're likely to see something like Lightning Bolt, Earth Shock, and Fire Elemental. You know, the best way to try to clean up here. Take out the 2 Houndmasters, silence this, you're left with 4 damage on board. But of course, looks like he'd be dead anyway. We can see that, but I I don't think he's really got a way out of it. Maybe with the Feral Spirits. Let's see. If he shoots, he shoots. He's got 8. Yeah, might just keep him alive for another turn. Let's see what he opts to do here. Interesting that he wouldn't Earthshock the Buzzard. Goes ahead and hexes. Okay, so similar thing. So hit, we hit. It's got 7, 12. Oh, geez, but double kill command now. So what is it? 10. I think he's just shy. My brain doesn't work today. It doesn't work most days, but especially not today. Yeah, it looks like just shy here. Thinking about the high main now that he just saw the hex, I suppose.
What have we here?
Alright, yeah, basically has his choice of how he wants to clear this. Yeah, no top deck on the other hex. You know, Lightning Storm would have been able to take this out, but it still leaves that with the double kill command and even Leroy. Well, let's see. Any emotes as Alfredo dies? Oh, well played. Alright. Well. Gonna make it 3-2 for Satur. So, Satur taking that one, advancing to the semifinals. Let's just really quickly take a look at this bracket. We'll notify the players. Oh, okay. Looks like Hiskan just started the match already. Maybe I wasn't clear enough in the instructions going forward. It does say preparing the battle and preparing the battle. Interesting. It says 1-0. Is that accurate? Is it not accurate? Strange. So maybe that match has already started and we're just waiting for it to go. I'll message them both anyway. But maybe we don't get to see every single match from there. Apologies for that, but yeah, this is saying that Hiskan is up 1-0, Druid having beaten the Paladin of Andres, and Hiskan getting Shaman banned, but once again, Andres not, websites being weird, not showing any kind of ban, so. Yeah, we'll see. As you guys get going here, we'll jump in. Let me bring up deck list real quick. So we got Hiskan here. Andres here. Seen a lot of Andres. Doing very well today. Alright, doing battle. Alright, I'm going to assume that the bracket on the website is up to date, and we're actually looking at a 1-0 so far.
Anhilda versus Liadrin.
But yeah, seeing Paladin,
Burns with holy fire.
this aggressive kind of shocking in once again from Andres. This time Warrior from Hiskan. So I peeked a bit at Hiskan's decks, and they look very similar, if not the exact same as the previous time that we saw Haskan playing in one of these tournaments. So yeah, Haskan, I believe, made it to the semifinals as well, or very close. Played against Matrix in what was a very, very good series. Might have actually been the round of 8. But a very, very strong player. We've seen very strong play from Andres here today. Oh, let me spectate. Get both players' perspectives. But yeah, I'm expecting a lot of high-level play from Haskan as well. And this Warrior should be set up to do very well against Paladin. Assuming the bracket is correct, having Druid beat this Paladin already in what should have been a favorable matchup for Andres, I think sets up Haskan very, very well in this series. Also worth noting, we are going to be doing a third place match, so we'll spectate this match, then we'll take a look at Satur versus Bublin. Then we'll do the third place match before casting the finals. Alright, now these Acolytes actually quite good for just dealing with stuff on the board. But you gotta remember, Divine Favor is a card. Now, it is not a card in the hand of Andres. But drawing too many cards against this aggressive Paladin can actually be a hindrance. And it looks like that's what Andres is going for, just hoping to draw into it. Be able to punish Haskan for having this many cards in hand. Okay, gonna generate a reasonable amount of armor. BGH actually can have targets because of buffs in this matchup, but I think that's a move that is really trying to play around Divine Favor more than anything.
The light protects me.
Reporting for duty.
Alright, Knife, Juggler, go face. Haskan is in a great position here. Right, full board clear. Still at 25 health with a big minion. It's a little bit difficult to remove here.
Reporting for duty.
Your mother is near.
Yeah, and still no Divine Favor. I mean, that is 12 potential damage with the weapon and Abusive and Leroy, but just nothing else to follow up. Yeah, really not a lot to do on the side of Andres. It's possible. Boy, it's possible that it's right to actually maybe take out this Geddon here with like Argent Protector on the Leroy.
Reporting for duty. Not on my.
The issue is anything you're going to play from Andres just dies. I think still just trying to play to Divine Favor as an out, which is fine. But double shield block here is going to make that basically impossible. Yeah, pushing tons of damage. When you're able to use a shield slam on a 1/1 minion there. Well, the divine shield of a 1/1 minion, that's when you know you're in pretty good shape.
Your win.
All right. Quick 2-0 from Hiscon. Okay, so that means the warrior is gone, the druid is gone, shaman has been banned. So what is left? It looks like warlock, which is going to be a handlock list. Now, I would think this paladin list is probably what we're going to see. It stacks up pretty well, right? Anything with a quality stacks up quite well against handlock. It's got ways to deal a good amount of damage through spells. We're going to be rogue, okay. Yeah, unfortunately not knowing what the bans are. Yeah, don't know what all the options were, but I mean, this is a case where Andres has to just win with all 3 decks. So the order is not actually important, except for, you know, the psychological factor. Do you want to go for a favorable matchup to begin with? Do you want to go for the hardest matchup to begin with? But yeah, Miracle Rogue here. Still going to be fine, and I mean, we see gadgets and conceal. Unfortunately for Andres, no coin as the Miracle Rogue player, which you're always hoping for. And some nice early damage here from Hiscon. And really just not an easy board to remove. This Ancient Watcher, gonna put in work. Can follow that with Twilight Drake, and Farseer's gonna get great value off of its heal. Potentially even healing a minion here. Alright, I think a pretty reasonable sap. Can't keep taking damage from the Silenced Watcher. Of course, gonna give the Drake 1 more health here. Okay, and that is an Edwin, so boy, yeah, just not a lot you can do here if you're Andres. You run out the SI, it's just going to get hit. Hiscon would even be able to heal that out with the Farseer.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Yeah, a 2-2 Edwin. That is... It's a desperation play, but an understandable one. Possible that you just heal your own face with that Farseer as well. But no. If we didn't have an answer for the Drake before, you probably don't have an answer now. Heal it, taunt it up, I like it. Boy, now you are just hanging on by a thread if you're Andres. Wow, with the double, is that enough? 4, 7, 9. Oh my lord. Well, that was a quick one. Yeah, I mean, really heavily leaning into that combo, right? Whether it's Leroy or Arcane Golem. And there we go, 3-0 for Hiscon. Quick and easy. Let's message our other participants here. Make sure they haven't started yet. They have not. Not sure if they're going to be ready to go. That was so fast. Oh. Looks like they're already going. All right. Maybe we didn't send out the instructions to hold off for the semifinal stuff this time. It's very possible, but hey. From what I can tell, this is at least game 1. Zoo versus Druid, and... Okay, the Sylvanas can still swing, so... It is a game. Any Doom Guards? Crazed Alchemist, alright. Okay, we got a couple things to look at. We got bans. Okay, so Satur had his Hunter banned, and Bublin had his Rogue banned. Let's try to grab lists. So, Satur. Clearly a bit different of a zoo. I mean, not too unusual to see Crazed Alchemist, but wouldn't say it's all that common either. So I think that was it. Yeah. Tops off at Doomguard, and then what do we got from Bublin? This is a very crucial life tap. Desperation life tap.
Do you need a blessing?
Yikes. Wow, just no way to survive here. Well, we can just real quickly look at the Druid list here, but barely paying attention to the game, but I do see a force of nature. With that doggo doing even more damage. Okay, and then let's get our wins up to date. So, that was the first game. Win for Bublin means the Druid is out. This one also running Cenarius. Very interesting. But yeah, Zoo generally favored in this matchup. I kind of expected to see a decent amount of Zoo going into a lot of these Druids, especially because you can ban Rogue, target Druid, that kind of thing. But yeah, I think when you lose one of those very favorable matchups that you're specifically building your lineup for, you really do. You've got your back against the wall. Now, Zoo is just a reasonable deck. It is pretty good across the board. Of course, it has some pretty bad matchups, but nothing too terrible. Otherwise, we're looking at Shaman and Warrior, right? I believe I did say the Rogue was banned, so Shaman and Warrior to come out next. And well, Shaman, this mid-range Shaman will struggle against Zoo, but I would expect Warrior to do pretty well, so oof. Where is it? Number 1 here. Okay. Now, it is a pretty top-heavy Warrior, right? Like, we see Ysera in here. I actually have to look for Grom now, but no Alex, which is surprising. Double Faceless, a single Sunwalker. Yeah, a lot of stuff on the high end. But these 2 Sengens will help a bit. Korkron for some early removal. It's got a Whirlwind, only a single Brawl, which makes this matchup a little bit tougher. But I think overall, Control Warrior's still favored against Zoo. And with this draw from Satur, boy, it is not looking too great. I wonder, is Satur actually even looking at this, considering a Soulfire here, because the hand is so bad? No, just, okay, wondering if he's going to Elven Archer. Yeah, and this is reasonable, because there is a lot of stuff from the Warrior, right? Cruel Taskmaster deals with that very efficiently. Obviously, War Axe, Whirlwind. Armor Smith's going to generate armor. You don't necessarily want to get down these 1/1s, or just, 1 health minions, I guess, that early against the Warrior. Even a lot of times you'll tap on 2 and kind of play to build a board in the mid game. Because, yeah, Warrior struggles against kind of mid-sized minions. Very good against small minions. Not great against some of those very efficient mid-sized things. So yeah, like a tap here makes a lot of sense. But really just not great draws for Satur. Holding onto that Elven Archer, I guess hoping to discard it probably. And do you just go ahead and Doomguard here? You know, Bublin didn't have the greatest opening, but he's been drawing a lot of good cards. You know, you see on the left-hand side, like this Ysera and the Faceless, not so great. But now, yeah, Execute for dealing with the Doomguard. He's got Whirlwind and Slam, both his procs. Whirlwind great against a bunch of minions. But yeah, I like this. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Once you go above 1 health, it's a lot more difficult for the warrior to deal with. Something like Sylvanas, yeah, it's just slow here. Not too bad. At least Bublin sitting on 31 health. But these are the types of boards where you start to think about Brawl.
So many possibilities.
Yeah, a lot of thought going into this from Satur. Generally speaking, you're going to play for board control, right? Oh, this is very interesting. But he's got the option of ignoring this Sylvanas. Okay, not swinging with everything else. Yeah, because I guess he really wanted to clean up whatever was stolen, which is why he didn't opt to swing face first. But he had the option there of completely ignoring Sylvanas, sending everything to face. However, I'm guessing he was considering Brawl, right? Brawl on a board like that afterwards, either Sylvanas wins and you're super happy, or something else wins and Sylvanas steals it. Now, looking at the hand of Bublin, would have actually been pretty difficult to deal with. But, you know, we've got perfect information. I think it was a reasonable thought process from Satur, but maybe it was just a risk that that he was required to take, unfortunately. And double Soulfire power overwhelming here. I mean, this is just really not what you want to see when you're playing Zoo into Warrior. You really just want that nice curve of minions. He's got all these spells instead. You know, Elven Archers, oof. It is rough. Now, looking at this Zoo list, I guess I can understand why it struggles so much. Right, he's only got 3 3-drops. The 1 Dark Iron Dwarf. A lot of Zoo lists will have like upwards of 6 3-drops. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 6. Don't know that I've ever seen it this low on 3. I've seen some people cut Dark Iron Dwarf. Apparently there are some meta reports out there that claim that the card is not as good as many people think it is. But yeah, it's kind of minions in that range that do pretty well against Warrior. But yeah, I think he was just really hoping to win against that Druid. And so now he's in a difficult spot, being forced to play Warrior and not wanting to. This is actually a reasonable answer, right? He had the option to like armor up, shield slam. There's probably not going to be a ton of great targets here for the Faceless. So obviously this isn't what you want, but maybe it's the best you're going to get. 1 card in hand, and he knows he's been sitting on it for a while. He might be able to deduce that this is power overwhelming, actually. Wow, even his own Knife Juggler winning the Brawl. I mean, if this wasn't tough enough for Satur, to come back from. This is going to make it nearly impossible. This Ysera able to stick on board. Or just tons of removal, which is probably what we're going to see, right? Armor up, shield slam, shield slam. No, no. I guess the one opportunity you can play a Ysera, you say. Alright, I'm going to do it. Ysera awakens. Yet another way to clear the board. Wow. I mean, I'm not sure these last few turns have been entirely optimal from Bublin, but I'm also very sure that they don't need to be optimal. Yeah. Yeah, it was looking pretty ugly for Satur for quite a while there. I think mostly just very unfortunate draws. Tough to see. Again, I never like to see these games come down to just bad draws by either player, so. Well, okay, that means Warrior is out of the running, leaving just Shaman, which, as I said, is a favorable matchup for Zoo generally. Now, is there anything in the Shaman list that's going to help it against Zoo more than any other? It is a little bit beefier on these threes. Scarlet Crusader could do quite well. Elven Archer is going to stack up well against it. But, you know, no Mortal Coils or anything like that. Single Gnomish Inventor, a couple Sengens. It's decent, it's okay, but I see only one Earthshock, one Lightning Bolt. Now that is rough. That's very rough for the Shaman. But we'll see. Satur doesn't necessarily have to queue up with this Zoo deck right now. He's got to win with all of his decks at some point. So this matchup will happen if he is going to win. But yeah, it's just a psychological game at this point. Do you want to go for the most favorable? Do you want to go for the most difficult? Pick a random deck. Gonna be player by player. Alright, Shaman versus Shaman. Oh, actually very interesting. Now we get to take a look at Satura Shaman. I think we did see that Gadget Sand on board before. A single Yeti. The one Whirlwind. Yeah, a pretty cool list. I always love the innovation that Satura brings to these tournaments. And yeah, Earthshocks against Scarlet Crusaders. I will say that is a dream target for Earthshock. Okay. Yeah, able to match the Frail Spirits, but gets the buff. Sorry, just checking out. We do have a dispute here in the tournament, but it actually looks to just be a mistake, or nothing. Nothing really came of it, so I think nothing to worry about. But just wanted to check that, make sure nothing was amiss before we go into third place game and the finals. Okay, so back to this. I mean, Lava Burst is an efficient way to deal with Senjin. But unfortunately, you wouldn't get the buff on this Unbound Elemental. The Overload, pretty painful as well. Right, gonna lock you out from playing something like Cairn next turn. Okay, just gonna opt to play it slow. Still get the heal here.
For the crusade!
Alright.
Crusade!
At least this one Earth Shot gonna get value, unless the second, no, is not drawn. But it's still a question as to what else are you gonna do if you're Satur on this turn. Lots of stuff looking okay, right? Any hit with the Yeti, it's gonna get healed back by the totem as long as it survives, right? Flame Tongue, obviously an option to pop the other bubble, but would deny the heal here. But yeah, I like something like Feral Spirit, Earthshock, Totem.
I wonder.
Perhaps a little too vulnerable to a Lightning Storm, though. Maybe that's the consideration here. You're gonna have 3 health on the Yeti and the Feral Spirit. You shouldn't be too worried about spell power. I was busy looking at that dispute, but I think we saw the Thalnos early from Bubbling. So you have a pretty solid position here from Satur. Not a lot of threats here. And now I think Flame Tongue Totem gonna do what it does best. Oh! I was gonna say it's gonna make these totems extremely valuable, but Lightning Storm's an option as well. Okay, still gonna be the Flame Tongue play. Yeah, Alakir here able to kill that Flame Tongue and still maintain the Divine Shield. We don't see a Hex here from Satur, so all kinds of options for how to deal with this. You could match it with an Alakir of your own, which is kind of fine because you know your opponent's on 2 cards. You're basically using equal resources to deal with each other's threats. But Lava Burst also real good here. Just that there's not great follow-up, right? You'd have to take this out, Lava Burst, and then Hero Power? Unless you wanted to opt for something like a Lightning Storm to buff and then Lava Burst, but then you're looking at just tons of overload on the following turn. Okay. Very interesting. Do you develop the board or slam down this weapon and clear it? Yeah, I like this move. Yeah, I guess thinking about what to do with this final charge. I mean, I gotta think you clear the totem. Spell power is just so good in general, but any bodies on the board. Yeah, we've seen one Flame Tongue, but hey, you know that there's a second one from Satur as well. But doesn't hurt to spend the time, think through the play. Now, Cairn is an amazing card here. Of course, you're worried about Hex. And Bubbling actually has a chance for an additional draw. But still not able to snag it. Yeah, that's going to make Cairn very difficult to deal with. But a Taunt Totem. Taunt Totem does make it a little more difficult for Cairn to generate value. So let's see. Is it the Fire Elemental? Is it the Lightning Storm? Is it both? Alright, now really, really desperate for the Hex here. And just pushing the 4 damage, which I guess is reasonable. Argent Squire, of course, just like any totem, able to get a lot of value from something like Flame Tongue, but Satur quite far ahead. Dealing that 4 damage, just kind of accelerating the pace of the game. At this point, I think is just fine. Doomhammer is putting in absolute work at this point, though. Hex is not going to be a mana-efficient answer. It would actually be an okay answer to this engine. But the fact that you can't play it with another minion due to the overload just doesn't make it worth it. I really, really like Alakir here. I think keeping the taunt up, right? You're able to hit, maybe make a hit there, and then take this out, leave a 3/5 taunt up. But okay, or just roll a taunt totem. Also going to be pretty valuable. Push another 4. And now we got spells and spell damage. It's not optimal here for bubbling, but wow, it is going to keep this a game. Yeah, I guess you just have to Hex, you know, and if you could try for the 1 and 3 to roll a spell power and then go for this giant lightning storm. You are behind, and so it's reasonable to do something that's so desperate, but I think it's probably still correct to just Hex Lightning Bolt. Pretty hard to say, though. I don't think it would be unreasonable to just go for the big play. Take a risk. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. Wow, and rolls the spell power. Let's see. Wins the 1 and 3. Do they win? Did not win the 1 and 2 after that. But okay, trade the Squire in. That's fine. Hold on to this Doomhammer for a Rock Biter. Alright, but that that kind of changes things. Alright, so Satur gonna snag a win with Shaman here. Which is great. Again, he's still got that Zoo deck, which should match up pretty favorably here. Had the Hunter banned. What is the last one? I gotta refresh my memory. And then a Druid. And the Druid is more of a token Druid, which I think should fare better against the Shaman, but mid-range Shaman generally favored against Druid, so might see that one last. Let's see what Satur's thinking. Yeah, so it is back to Zoo here. Forget where we had it. There it is. Alright, I mean, this is looking like a much more reasonable draw as Zoo here. Bubbling probably not too happy with this. You're looking for Lightning Storms, Earth Shock, and Lightning Bolt. But again, I gotta highlight that single Earth Shock, single Lightning Bolt. I think this list is really gonna struggle in the matchup unless both those cards happen to fall into Bubbling's opener. And well, that's not what we're gonna see. Double Argent Squire. Okay, the Lightning Storm though. Gonna equalize things a bit, but yeah, double Argent Squire are gonna be super difficult to deal with here.
The light protects me. Put this apple on your head.
Alright, yeah, Knife Juggler out with no immediate answer. Lightning Storm's your best answer, but I don't think you want to do it just yet. Really wants that Spell Power Totem.
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
Yeah, now Shattered Sun. Pushing the Knife Juggler out of guaranteed death for the Lightning Storm. Senjin gonna stall things out just a bit here. Boy, double Doomhammer against Zoo. It's an absolute nightmare. You just need one of these knives to hit at least. Well, it's still not the end of the world. Trade a bubble in, push a bit of damage. This is probably where we see Lightning Storm. You certainly gotta worry about things like Argus, right? You take the guaranteed kills where you can get them. See if he rolls high on the Golem. Does not. Wow, actually really, not great draws here with the Doomguard. Ideally, as a Zoo player, you're emptying your hand before you play Doomguard. I mean, this might sound really obvious. Sure, you hate discarding cards. Duh. Thanks a lot for the input. But, you know, there's so many minions in Zoo. This one a little bit heavier with the spells. You know, it's got this single power overwhelming. It's usually very easy, especially with this low curve, to do that. So I really do want to highlight just how unlucky it is to be in that position. Alright, at least the Golem having survived from the Lightning Storm allows it to stick on board here, and boy, just an awful position for bubbling. The Taunt Totem maybe saves you a bit of life here. I think you probably Argus here, yeah. Yeah, gonna give you some real efficient trades. Yeah, but that Golem going forward actually really good here. Okay, Fire Elemental is a card that swings things in the Shaman's favor, albeit very slowly. If you look at this, Satur is representing 7 damage, with tons of ways to get 1 more damage here. And I would just want to double check, but yeah, absolutely no way for the Shaman to heal here, so. Actually kind of interesting to make that Argus hit. I really don't think it matters, though. I mean, he double hits, he trades. Yeah, there's just nothing to do from this position. This deals 3 damage. I feel like the correct play was Fire Elemental, shoot yourself in the face, but hey, bashing your head against a Doomguard, totally acceptable as well. Alright, Satur going to tie it up 2-2 and go into what I think is going to be his most difficult matchup. This is his Druid versus Shaman here. So like I said, the token variety, I think a little bit better, a little bit more favorable for Satur, but still, I gotta give the edge to Shaman. Let's take a look at this Shaman, see exactly how it stacks up. Obviously, the Hex is very good. A lot of these mid-range bodies very good. The double Doomhammer, though, it isn't going to be particularly useful in this matchup, generally speaking. It's great for getting the Rockbiter combo, but that's really nice for something like Rogue, where you're hoping to kill them very quickly, right? A Miracle Rogue, where you want to kill them before they get their draw engine off and draw their whole combo, all that kind of stuff. But a hammer that deals 2 damage, really not going to be able to deal with too much here. Even with the token variety, okay, sure, maybe it takes a couple of the small things out, but that's not really what you want out of a 5-mana overloaded hammer. So, yeah, no Black Knight in here either. Well, let's see. Satur not snagging all the early ramp. Even still with the mulligan. He's got a 2 and a 3. But actually quite a nice curve here for bubbling.
The light protects me.
Okay, gonna opt to clear the bubble instead of play out the Panther. Yeah, and I think generally speaking, as a mid-range shaman, you're very happy just toteming on turn 2. Wild growth coming just a little too late here. Alright, so yeah, this is basically the game plan here for the shaman. I'm a little bit surprised to see that coin just because there isn't like an obvious follow-up for the next turn. Could be something like Scarlet Crusader, Lightning Bolt, but that's going to lock you out of Drake. Maybe the plan is just to like hex a Violet Teacher if you're bubbling. Maybe that's what you're thinking. Certainly a reasonable target for hex. There's not a ton of large stuff, and you really don't want to let Violet Teacher get out of control. But yeah, there just isn't a Violet Teacher here from Satur, so yeah, it may just be a mana inefficient play here with the Crusader. Although I do see him looking at that Lightning Bolt. He's got the spell power, it deals with Keeper of the Grove efficiently. And it's kind of reasonable to want to clear that when you know that Power of the Wild is a card that your opponent's running. It's just very unfortunate to get overloaded, not be able to play a Drake next turn. Could lock you into Hex on a suboptimal target, so yeah, it looks like that's the reasoning for not doing it. But let's see if that ends up being a good move. Boy, you would, in Satur's position, you would just love to be able to play that Power of the Wild. But you just can't do it real efficiently. Something like Keeper, Power of the Wild would be great, but boy, you're forced to Wild Growth or Hero Power with it. Interesting. This is going to give Bublin a reasonable hex target if he decides to go for it. Yeah, Hex gets followed up with the Totem. Unless, again, he wants to Earth Shock the 2-1. Just to preserve that bubble on Scarlet Crusader. Yeah, I think very reasonable decision. Does just end up being the Totem. Okay, no Taunt Totem. Taunt could have made that very awkward to deal with. Now, does this enable any kind of Power of the Wild play that you're happy with? Right, Keeper of the Grove, it's okay here. Right, dealing 2 damage or silencing, essentially the same thing. But you can actually hero power down the Scarlet Crusader. And yeah, perhaps it's just, it's really hard to say. You want to buff this other Keeper just so it doesn't die to the Searing Totem. But it's really just not... It's not optimal to play Power of the Wild on 2 minions either. I like it here. I think it's reasonable, especially with lore next turn. play that out, refill your hand, try to draw into stuff like swipe to deal with some of these bodies. But I can definitely understand why Satur is hesitating here. It really would be the dream to have something like, you know, Violet Teacher innervate Power of the Wild. It's just so powerful. And yeah, maybe it's correct just to take the risk here. It's an unfavorable matchup. Sometimes you just need things to go in your favor. Now, I'm not sure what thinking is here. Very interesting to get the Fire Elemental down. I don't know why Bublin wouldn't opt to Azure Drake, Lightning Bolt, and then run the Totem in. It still enables a Fire Elemental next turn. And then you've also got Spell Power on board. It allows you to play another Drake into Earthshock for 3 next turn, potentially. Boy, I feel like that could really be a mistake on the part of Bublin. And now it could be tough to claim the board. And Satur is an opportunity to generate value off this Power of the Wild. Now he's looking at, you know, a 5 with the Argent Squire and Power of the Wild. Maybe the Drake instead of the Druid of the Claw. Well, let's see. He's got the ability to use 2 spells to clear here. Not real efficient, but it's pretty reasonable to deal with a body like that. The overload from the Lightning Bolt might not have hurt him, but this does keep it available to do something like Drake Feral Spirit next turn. Alright, well, the Violet Teacher in hand with Power of the Wild, something you generally like to see. But that innervates down now, so yeah, looks like very interesting. One of the few times you actually want a Wild Growth on 8 to get to 10 mana, just so you can double Violet Teacher into Power of the Wild. It's going to be so strong. Assuming we don't see a Lightning Storm drawn by Bublin. He's got an opportunity to draw here with the Drake. I would imagine he's going to blast this with Lightning Bolt. Something like Drake, Lightning Bolt, Hero Power. Depending on what you see there, but he doesn't know it. But it is extremely important that he gets that Lightning Storm. Wow, just going to play it nice and slow. But I think also quite reasonable. Difficult to deal with these bodies as Druid. Now forced to swipe instead of double Violet Teacher. But yeah, I think if you're Satur in this position, you're pretty happy with how that went. Now you can't even rely on something like Azure Drake drawing the Lightning Storm. But Fire Elemental, it is a good draw here. You can throw everything into the Violet Teacher with it, or you can just start taking out tokens. With only 2 hands in the card of Satur, or in the hand of Satur, I think it's reasonable to not throw everything into the Violet Teacher, but generally speaking, you want to just remove that as fast as possible when you see it. Yeah, and that's what it's going to be. Can certainly understand the urgency. But now, quite a reasonable position from Satur. He gets a bit of a refill when Thalnos dies. We've already seen the Earth Shocks. I don't think it can get silenced. Suppose the second hex could do it. But hero power to clear that taunt totem. Could even charge Druid of the Claw here. But if he hero powers, he can just throw his tokens into the Fire Elemental.
Where shall I strike? Where shall I strike?
Just gonna send it all. Okay. I guess just reading, hey, there's no Lightning Storm the previous turn. I'm gonna assume you don't top deck it. And now if you're bubbling, what are you thinking? Again, you really want to remove that teacher. Alec here quite good though to take out a couple tokens here. It's not unreasonable to drop the Drake. I don't hate a Drake into Feral Spirit. Right, only one card here. You're not expecting necessarily some kind of combo play. I do feel like this is risky, assuming that this is not a Savage Roar, right? Because if you're Satur and this was a Savage Roar, if you draw one here, very good chance you just play it while you have all these things on board. Alright, now that Alec here, Flame Tongue, actually presenting a big threat. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead. Okay, clear that. The Overload here, an issue once again. Bublin's on 16, so yeah, he's got to consider. As Satur gets deeper and deeper, the chances of drawing that Savage Roar go higher and higher. He's essentially got 2 draws for it. If he really wants. But yeah, it's looking like Alec here probably going to have to be played more defensively. At least the first hit. I gotta think at least the first hit goes here. It's such an efficient bubble trade. And then if you wanted to throw a second into there, or a face, or just like hit that there, I can see leaving the golem up. Yeah, something like this, where you just decrease the number of minions on board. I think it's very, very reasonable. Force of Nature, though. Great draw. Yeah, not really scared to bash this thing. Now, Satur does have to remember, right? 2 Doomhammers in the list of bubbling. So there is Burst, but he's seeing 1 Rockbiter. And now, is this just going to be a Hex? I think it's quite a reasonable Hex, actually, on the Drake. Wow, like such a tight game, and I think if you're Satur, you know, you're happy in this position for the game to be this close. Wow, with the second draw of Force of Nature, what does this drop into? Basically setting up for lethal. Barring what, like Ascension or something? There's just, you gotta roll the taunt. Nothing. Wow. And that's going to be it. Force of Nature, hero power. Too strong. Let's see if he spots lethal. Wow. Draws the Savage Roar for good measure. Yeah, but just going to go with the hero power anyway. Wow, so coming back from a 2-0 deficit, Satur winning 3-2 over Bublin, topping it off with an unfavorable matchup. Really, really well done. Very, very, very well done. So, that means, let's go back to the bracket. Jump into the event here. Refresh this thing. Okay, okay. So, means we've got Huskond versus Satur in the finals. But of course, we're going to be doing the third place match first. Andres, is it Andreas? Andreas, perhaps it is. This is my stupid English. I'm just going to go with Andres continuously versus Bublin here in the third place match. We'll message him now. Probably is Andreas. Jesus, I'm dumb. Get started whenever. And Bublin, you too. Perfect time for a quick bathroom break as these people get settled. And then I'll bring out the deck list and yeah, we'll do the third place match. Let's get situated. Do we have... Match is not started, but we can get the deck list ready. Oh boy, it is too hot today, guys. I feel like I'm playing a real sport today. I'm sweating like crazy. My computer fan's going nuts. This is miserable. I'll tell you what. I think it's only like... hey, it's EU. We get to talk Celsius. I think it's like 31 or something. Isn't it like 40 degrees for a lot of you folks that actually live in the EU? I don't know how you do it. I think I might actually just pass out here on stream. If you don't hear from me, that's what happened. Alright, let's see if we can't get a glimpse into bans and whatnot. So if we jump in... No, still no bans. Still just preparing. But I guess we can take a look at like deck lists. Actually start saying his name correctly. Andreas. The accent on the E. This is what we're looking at. This is the lineup. I can hardly remember. All this gets so jumbled over time in my head. I think we might have seen him play a bit of Miracle Rogue today. But, you know, you generally expect rogue or druid here is going to get banned, right? A typical miracle rogue and a typical ramp druid. But we've seen a lot of success with both of these lists. I still can't believe the no Grom here in Warrior. You know, very strange decision, but maybe we'll get an answer from him through Discord or something at some point. And this is there we go. This is what we're going to be looking at from Bubbling as a whole. So I'm going to make sure I don't miss the game if they do queue up. Alright, so Bubbling. Yeah, again, you'd expect Rogue or Druid banned here. The way that these are matched up, yeah, could be kind of anything. I mean, this is teched more against something like Druid, so I'm going to expect, yeah, Bubbling is going to be banning Andreas's Rogue. But I could see either of these getting hit for Bubbling. Looks like they are preparing, which maybe means the bans are in. Nope. But it was worth a try. Yeah, so this is what I see by the way. When I see that there are no bans, so I believe what happens here, we get the 4 views here. One of these will be marked as banned. Jesus. See, I'm not actually sure why it is, but sometimes the other player, it just does not display their lists. So yeah, I can't actually see what gets excluded. Nox thrown his vote in for his Skand winning the finals. He's gonna have to wait patiently for the match. Let's see, how else can we kill time as we're waiting for bans? Can read 5 minutes ago chat. The amount of bathroom breaks is a medical issue. Yeah, it's about right. I'll let you in on 2 things. So first of all, my voice is terrible. Very scratchy, horrible. I talk incorrectly, so I need a lot of water when I talk this much. Plus, it's super, super hot. I'm sweating like crazy here. And I just drink a lot of water, so it's like double, triple whammy. And I had to have a ton of coffee. This is early for me up in Canada here, casting for an EU event. But as well, just fun fact, everybody I'm sure wants to know about me. As I drink all that water, if you look at my belly, you can see it swell. It is insane. It will swell like probably like a good 6 inches out from my body at the time that I need a bathroom break. So yeah, medical emergency or medical issue. Actually a reasonable diagnosis. There you go. Fun fact. Probably everybody on YouTube misses that fact because they skipped ahead. Alright, we're slowly getting ahead. It is actually the Warrior from Bubbling that gets banned. Very surprised by that. Looking at the Warrior list, I'm not really sure why. I mean, he's running Ysera instead of Alex. Double Faceless. Like, I guess it's a bit better versus Druid or something. I don't know. I feel like it's not much of a concern. I guess maybe he's thinking for the Paladin. Perhaps that's it. Just like forget the choices. It's not the particular kind of warrior, but just banning warrior so that this aggressive Paladin isn't countered. I suppose that makes sense. Oh, Haskond agreeing that Nox is a genius for choosing Haskond to be the winner of the tournament. All right, we'll see. We'll see. I'm very excited for first place. Yeah, both Haskond and Satur, I think, played very, very well. Very cool comeback to see from Satur, and he's got some interesting card choices, deck choices. So yeah, love to see that, and unsurprising, I think, to see Haskan make it this far. Still preparing. There's a lot of preparation here. I'll refresh again just to see if we get to see the bands the other way. Still do not. Yeah, very unfortunate. Well, the cool thing about this break is you can go back and watch the entire previous EU tournament while we wait. It's just a quick 5-hour VOD up on YouTube, so yeah, another little fun fact for everyone. I'm running out of fun facts. I guess it's good to see, you know, players prepared. I'll make sure this is all refreshed. I'm desperate for anything to happen here. Maybe somebody's got a bigger problem with bathroom breaks than I do. I feel like that's a reasonable explanation. Here we go. Andreas. Spectate here on the bottom, and then we'll get bubbling up top. I expect good matches because they are so prepared. Wow, the Druid Mirror. I think the first time seeing this today. Wild Growth. GG. Now let's see. What do we got from bubbling here? It's having. There we go. We see that Wild Growth getting run out real early. Let's grab the, there we go, deck list there. Is this the full Druid? We got Rag in here too. So, in the mirror, obviously, ramp, very, very important. But not too much deviation from each of these players. I mean, you've got the Black Knight here for bubbling, which is certainly going to swing things in their favor a bit. And, you know, just some different choices. Double Argent Commander, which works very well with Savage Roar versus, yeah, the typical Sylvanas Cairn type thing over here from Bubbling. But I'm not sure either of those is going to, you know, swing the matchup too far for either player. I do find the inclusion of Cenarius kind of interesting. Definitely atypical to pick that over, say, Rag. But again, I don't think a huge issue. And then with no Black Knight over here, this Ancient of War does have a good chance to generate a bunch of value. So I do think it is favored for bubbling. But then, you know, seeing the Wild Growth come out from Andreas, you know, that probably evens things out pretty well. Yeah, so just not a lot of great plays here. You got the ability to silence Sylvanas at some point, but you'd like to remove some of the stuff, so maybe it's a swipe and a hit. Right, you'd love to innovate something big, but you can't do that when Sylvanas is just sitting here on the board. Of course, we could see both. I guess like an Innervate Coin, Keeper Swipe. Would at least take this out. It's not real good. Then you don't have a play next turn. Is there any kind of double swipe that works well here? You'd have to trade off the Golem if you did it. Okay, hero power hit. Yeah, pretty reasonable response to the Sylvanas, I think. Alright, so thinking about the silence, I'm gonna guess if we see a silence here, that swipe is probably getting innervated as well. Okay. Very interesting. Okay, so just gonna opt to give the second half of the golem. Don't worry about the silence. You get a slight advantage on board, of course. Andreas doing just fine. Gonna be able to recover here. Now I do think it would be a mistake to play out the reg here, right? You know that BGH is in Bublin's deck. It's a way to swing it so in favor of your opponent. But honestly, there's so many things here that are just fine. Yeah, Drake, Golem, whatever. Okay, so actually a pretty big body to get through. But certainly ways to do it. I mean, that Argent Commander going to be able to get good value off of the bubble. That, along with Wrath. You could throw the Drake in, still get the draw, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, potentially just throw the Wrath in for 4. Top half of the Golem. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like that better. Just gonna give you a better board. You're not really hurting for draw. First of all, you've got the Ancient of Lore. Second of all, you just have a good hand. Even Thalnos gonna draw you some cards down the road.
I have no time for games.
Alright, now we see a Sylvanas the other way. But bubbling down to 16. Oh, wow. Actually looking at 12, 13. Boy. I mean, this is a third place game. This isn't for all the marbles. Maybe, just maybe, we see Reg come down here for the 50-50. Is it the smart play? No. But is it hilarious? It's pretty funny. Alright, sending 12 damage. You know, even with combo there, Andreas is not dead. Really not sure there's anything that can be done to stabilize here. Sure, you can heal. Taunt hit, okay. That's gonna make it just completely useless. And there we go. 10 damage from Andreas, finishing off Bubbling. quick 1-0. Gotta feel nice to win the mirror as well, right? It's not necessarily, like I said, probably slightly unfavored on the side of Andreas. But yeah, not exactly like an unfavorable matchup. Not largely, anyway. But still, it really gives you that upper hand. You secure your Druid win. Now you can start to potentially target decks more. So I'll do it one more time. But yeah, it looks like just no update on the bans. Super sad. Okay, but Paladin, and this Paladin should stack up quite nicely against the Druid, right? Equality is very good. Divine Favor should be good if we don't see like 2 early innervates burnt or something like that.
The light protects me.
But Swipe and Senjin, both quite good answers. And just debating between the Golem and Senjin. Yeah, and suddenly just, Druid doing Druid things. Turn 2, Andreas already facing something that he just does not have an answer for. So he'd love to get more value out of the Knife Juggler, but I think this is correct. Bubbling, just remove that shield to kill the Juggler before it tosses any knives. Yeah, a little bit difficult to say. Do you want to play double Lepronome and do it in anticipation of a Divine Favor real soon? Or Hero Power and try to maximize it, because as you get more mana, it's very easy to spend that additional mana. I feel like there's a reasonable chance he would want to Blessing here. Wow, with that Elven Archer though, it does make that look a lot more tempting. Play the Divine Favor while you can. I think that's okay. Okay, so we see a Consecrate and Avenging Wrath. Actually pretty important to see one of those. Consecrate being preferable. Just because it couples so well with Equality. But of course we knew a Swipe was coming. Yikes, and now not even able to do something like Hero Power, Blessing a King. Such a heavy hand for the Paladin. Really, really just unfortunate draws here. Okay, gonna beef this up. Make it an appetizing target for the Keeper. But honestly, Harvest Golem, Hero Power, and trading the top half of this Harvest Golem seems pretty reasonable as well. Now, the only good thing for Andreas here, it's certainly not ideal, but regardless of what the board state is going to be next turn, just throwing out something like Avenging Wrath into another Avenging Wrath or into a Consecrate, if he's able to get that Equality, it is going to just continue to push more damage that is actually relevant to do to Bubblin's face. Even if like 4 of those shots hit face or something like that, 3 or 4, it's not too bad. If you can get into something like a True Silver, it might be his out. Okay, gonna go for the Consecrate instead, which is gonna set up for a better Avenging Wrath down the road. I think that's fine. The only time it really burns him is if he draws Equality this next turn. Because yeah, anytime after that, you're gonna be able to play Avenging Wrath with the Equality. Boy, very strange Avenging Wrath, but honestly pretty good. Okay, I guess we're going to see a draw from the Wrath. I have to think there's a taunt coming down. Wait a minute. Just looking at that. Was that not... I was busy reading chat. We had 9, 11, 13, 15, 17 with the Savage Roar. No, we just missed lethal there, I think. Or was he at 20? Maybe I was just looking at the wrong health. Maybe he was at 20. My bad. Looked away for a second and was caught off guard. But in any case, a win for the Druid. So kind of going both ways here, right? The slightly unfavored, I think, Druid matchup. Going the way of Andreas, and now losing a Paladin matchup that I think would normally be favorable. At least Andreas isn't going to be facing that Warrior because it's been banned. Okay, so we're going to see it against Rogue. Pretty standard Miracle Rogue, right? I don't think there's anything real noteworthy. Single Farseer, single fan, yeah. Yeah, nothing too crazy there. But this should also be a good matchup for Andreas. Worgen is a great turn 1 card, especially into that Argent Protector. Alright, at least coin SI, very, very strong for bubbling. So kind of the dream from both players as far as openings go. But this is nice with no fan and knives here. Andreas will be able to have a Blessing of Kings target. Yeah, still no fan. Yeah, knowing that there's only one fan in the deck. Okay, actually gonna Hero Power. I think that was a reasonable line anyway. Not sure Andreas could afford to really do anything different. Yeah, now just pushing so much damage. Only on 4 mana, down at 19 health. Yeah, it hurts, so maybe Shiv Eviscerate. Alright, well, Prep is just always a good card, right? Okay, we do see the early Divine Favor. Able to play something else with the Lepergnome. I mean, it's pretty good. Wow. Double Prep. I mean, you really don't need like a Conceal with this Gadgetzan. You could also go for a Giant Edwin, but I think Equality is going to scare Bubbling away from anything like that. Yeah, just I guess unfortunate that no immediately castable spells along with the prep there, right? You've already got a 0-cost Shadow Step. You don't want to prep into prep.
Should
But this is just so much damage coming the way of Bubbling. Like I said, only one Farseer in the list.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Yeah, I guess you're just kind of desperately drawing here. The backstab. Interesting. Hoping to get a sap for the 5/5, I suppose. It is just a very desperate play. There's the sap. But you're still looking at 4 damage. I mean, we already know the True Silver in hand. So I don't even Yeah, I don't even think there's a way to stabilize here. Because the farce here is just unplayable, so... Yeah, real quick win here for the Paladin. And this list is done quite well in the tournament so far. I mean, obviously getting Andreas here to vie for 3rd place. But we've got to see it so much because nobody's banning it. Gonna bump him up to 2, so yeah, with us not really knowing what the bans are, I'm expecting the last list is Warrior. I'd be very surprised if they banned each other's Warriors and Miracle Rogue is left in. But let's see, this could be the Gromless Warrior. It is. It is the Gromless Warrior. Where was it? This guy? I think that's it. I think it tops out at Alex Straza. It does. Boy, this just seems like such a tough matchup. No Grom for any kind of burst. I mean, Corcoran's trade nicely with the Drakes. It's the one thing I like about Corcoran's in this tournament setting. It does help in this matchup. You can try to play the matchup aggressively depending on how you draw, where you just get like, you know, an Armor Smith into a Taskmaster and then like War Axe and Corcoran and try to beat them down. But it very rarely works out that way. You can't really game plan for it because the list isn't built to be such a beat down deck. But yeah, Reg and a single Brawl, really the only answers to a concealed Gadget and no Tinkmaster. This is why I find the choice of not banning Rogue a little bit odd. I understand it makes the Paladin matchup a bit better because there's not a Warrior to contend with. But yeah, this is just tough. Now, the one thing here that I feel like is always worth noting. Miracle Rogue is a great deck. I think pretty much nobody will argue, next to nobody will argue against it being the best deck in the game. It's just so unbelievably good, but it's not a highly consistent deck. Over time, you're going to win a ton of games, but every now and then, it just completely dead draws. And so in these tournaments, it's interesting. Usually over the course of a tournament, we'll see at least 1 or 2 games where Miracle Rogue just... Right, we've already seen one today. They just don't draw Gadgets in. Yeah, if they get that early Edwin pressure removed, at least here he's got Drakes for the draw and the board presence. But if we don't see a Gadget Sand soon, Bublin might be in a very desperate spot. Yeah, that's what Corcorans are here for, at least in this matchup. I'm guessing we're going to see another, and wow, 2 Gadget Sands now. 2 Gadget Sands, double Shadow Step, he's got the Conceal. Okay, things are swinging back in favor of Bublin very, very quickly. Like, yes, Andreas can start to play this board control game somewhat successfully, right? Hit with the Corcoran. Okay, he's gonna armor up. I was gonna say he had the choice of equipping the War Axe. You're probably not swinging with it, but yeah, this is where it starts to get real nasty. Let me see the backstab. No prep just yet. It's really not necessary, and not even a small minion to throw down with the Brawl. Bubbling, playing it safe, not going for the double Gadisandra. I think a reasonable choice. Blade Flare is not going to do a whole lot in the matchup. Might as well just cycle it. This is a ton of damage. We still have not seen the second Conceal. 11 cards in the deck. I gotta think you play the Deadly Poison here, right? What is the consideration? Wow. Okay, so still no Conceal, but you know, the Conceal there isn't to continue your draw engine. The Conceal there is just to keep this 12 attack minion on board. And at least Andreas has the ability to remove this thing. You know, it's really his choice of how to do it. But you got another Gadget Sand here to draw with. You've got Leroy double Shadow Step. So your combo's almost ready to go, but at least with that shield block, able to generate some armor and hang on here. I will say, not a real obvious turn. This Armor Smith is a bit of a nuisance. You certainly have to consider its value with something like Brawl. But it's not something that you really want to sap. You know, you would love to, yeah, do something like this, get both the SIs down.
This guy's toast. This guy's toast.
And there's a very good chance that this is answered with Brawl, just because at this point, probably not a lot more value to get off of the card. Okay, and at 23, where you would, well, 25 after the armor up, where you'd normally feel pretty comfortable. But you're staring at 18 from Leroy. Got Deadly Poison and Shiv in hand. The ability to draw some more cards. Let's see what this amounts to. Getting very, very deep here. Yeah, the issue isn't so much in Andreas's ability to remove what's here. But he just, without that Grom, just does not have the ability to deal damage. So something like Leroy and then a Conceal, there's nothing that Andreas can really answer with. Maybe a Reg top deck. Reg or a Geddon top deck. But you're talking a 2 in 15 chance of getting that. Because we've already seen the Brawl. Now, are we going to see Leroy and then a Shadow Step? If Bublin's going to play the Leroy, there's a couple things worth noting. For one, he's got the option of clearing the Whelps with Fanted Knives. But it's not a huge deal. They just present 2 damage. But even though it's very valuable with the Conceal, I still think he's got to utilize the Shadow Steps first. Because in the event that he actually does draw Geddon or Rag, if he loses it without getting that Shadow Step value, he's in big, big trouble. But no, he's just going to take the risk and leave it here. Which actually gives Andreas some outs that he's unable to draw. Well, that is just unfortunate. when you already know what you're up against. There's Leroy. Entire deck's been drawn. Guaranteed double Shadow Step. That's 18. Well, I think unsurprising that Miracle Rogue takes it, but Andreas put up a good fight. I'm not sure that there were any mistakes on his end, so still well done. But it does take the Rogue out of the lineup of Bubbling, bringing it down to game 5. What does that mean we're going to see? I believe it is Shaman. If I'm not mistaken, it is Shaman. Warrior was banned. Rogue and Druid got their wins. Now, typically, Shaman going to be favored in this matchup as well. Once again, the mid-range variety. But this list is running a few taunts. Double Senjin and Alakir. Black Knight got some potential to do well here. Brawl, very, very good. 2 Lightning Storms, not very good. Let's see what the hands look like after the mulligan. Keeping the Kor'kron, throwing away the slam, and getting it back again. Kind of interesting. I guess the Kor'kron is reasonably good at dealing with mid-range minions, but still I feel like it's worth digging for that Fiery War Axe a lot of times. And I actually really, really like Slam in this matchup. But I guess with no Knife Jugglers, it's not super important to keep. Yeah, the more I look at his list, I can understand throwing it back. So some options here. I think Slam Whirlwind for the clear, looking pretty good. Wow, and just no minions to follow up with. It's nice to generate that armor for the Shield Slam, which I guess is the consideration. You've also got Brawl and Baron Geddon, 2 things that do very good at dealing with a board that you're expecting to go wide. But, you know, Kor'kron just getting a free kill here, demanding some attention. I think he's got to be considering what he's actually up against, which is the Coin Fire Elemental. You don't want to give him this kind of free target, and the ideal situation is that you're playing Kor'kron when you get a favorable trade. Right? You want to run it into something like an Azure Drake, hit a Gnomish Inventor. But this is not the end of the world either. Really going to try to maximize value out of Sylvanas here. Which, yeah, I guess I can, again, see the argument for it, but I feel like it's a little bit counterintuitive given his last play running at the Kor'kron. Either you're fighting for the board, or you're just going to give it up in anticipation of playing Brawl or Baron Geddon. Okay, the Black Knight actually quite a good draw here. Not going to be useful at this very moment, but nice to have going forward. And there is a lot of favorable Brawl outcomes here. But you do need to generate a lot of value here from your removal, right? You're expecting the shaman is able to refill the board pretty easily. And, you know, looking at the hand of Bubbling, like, this might be... I guess we probably see a Doom Hammer or Hex, but... Yeah, I like this. Taking the damage here. Oh, just sending it all. Just says, screw it, we'll deal it all. Okay, that's fine. I was going to say, I think this would be very surprising for Andreas, just seeing, you know, no minions coming down. At this point, if you're committed to double Rockbiter, you gotta go face. A single Rockbiter trade on the Geddon, I think, was fine as well. But he knows Harrison is in the list of Andreas, so I guess just trying to get that value as soon as possible. He's got Lightning Bolt for a little bit more push, and he's still going to be chipping away with 4 damage every turn, so... Yeah, forcing Andreas to trade off the Geddon as well. Wow, and that's just going to be it. Yeah, interesting move from Bubbling, but quite smart, just given the hand that he's dealt. Doing what he can here. Yeah, I think if that game draws out too much longer, it starts to get more and more winnable for Andreas, just after a few turns there. But yeah, just not expecting that much burst, which is reasonable. Ends up costing him. So, that's going to bring us to the finals. I will make sure to, you know, get my final bathroom break in here. Absolutely needed and necessary before it all starts, but let's message our participants. Go ahead when you're ready. We'll get Hearthstone, and we'll get Satur. We'll be back in a moment, and yeah, we'll check out bans and deck lists and all that fun stuff. All right, we're ready. Good. Okay, I'm here, waiting for stir. All right. Okay. Preparing to battle. Yo, keep an eye on the bans. Let me just queue up these lists here. So we'll have Escond there, and Tour there. Refresh this, see if the bans have come in. Okay, so Haskond has banned the Druid from Satur. Oh, I didn't even see what this was. Perfect. I was away. And Satur has also banned Druid from Haskond. So neither player running Rogue means that we're not going to see Rogue or Druid in the finals here. Wild. Absolutely wild. Okay. Shaman here for Haskond. Satur running. Hunter. There we go. Alright, make sure I didn't miss anything from Satur or anything. Alright, perfect. And then I'll reset the numbers and spectate and do everything correctly. Thanks for waiting. That's great. Alright, so this is it. These are the finals. Hype, whatever. I'm exhausted, can you tell? It's so much fun. I'm always so sad at the end of these. It is so much fun watching everyone get this far. The whole tournament coming together. Even though we're closing in on 5 hours, I always want more Hearthstone at the end of this. This is great. So, the winner of this, best of 5, gonna take the whole thing. And as I discussed before when we saw this, I think Hunter generally favored against Shaman. Checking out this list from Haskond, it indeed runs no heals, and yeah, that's just so difficult when you're dealing with the Hunter's hero power, plus the kill commands for a little bit of extra burst through any taunts. You'd love Misha there, but honestly, Huffer may be better than Leok. A little hard to say. Alright, just a quick little hero power. Now, if you're Satur, you're really, really hoping to see a bow sometime soon. Now, smacking 4-attack Wolf, not the greatest. So it's looking like probably an Unleash Hunter's Mark type situation. Hunter's Mark, actually, one of its best targets is going to be these wolves. For sure, there's like bigger taunts and things like that, right? You see the Ascensions in there. There's fire elementals, but because Feral Spirit is going to be kept very early most of the time, it's going to be played early. Yeah, very reasonable that you do it. And now running this boar out allows them to also take out the Flame Tongue Totem. I think is very, very smart here. Yeah, so is it a Lightning Storm? Looks like it is. Lightning Storm and applying a bit of pressure with the Squire. Kind of interesting. You've seen the one Unleash the Hound, so you're like a little bit less scared about running up minions, but we know that there's a second one just waiting to go. Okay, Earthshock being a reasonable answer to this. Right, you can Earthshock, you can Rock Biter the Argent Squire and hit. You don't need the Thalnos, so I guess Haskond probably just considering, yeah, do I want a Totem, do I want an Earthshock? I like this move. Or, sorry, do I want a Totem, do I want a Blood Mage? I think Haskond definitely going to go ahead and Earthshock, kill this thing off. Yeah, unfortunate, still no bow here. But Explosive Trap really just, it does so much work as far as removing totems, these small minions. But the 2 damage to face, I really can't state just how good that is in this matchup. Yeah, Satur actually drawing really just not that great. A lot of reactive cards here in Unleash, Explosive. Okay, this tracking is huge. I was gonna say a Hunter's Mark would just, it would go so far here. With the Buzzard, another way to draw for it. You can get up to 5 draws. Still with 2 mana left. Maybe even a 6th draw with the River Croc. Alright, this is big. Animal Companion with the potential to get Leok. Really, there's 2 outcomes for the Animal Companion that are very good. Leok is good and Huffer is good. Interesting. Gonna go for the Croc. Gotta go for the Boar. There's the Hunter's Mark. There it is. You know Satur. Begging for it to pop up. Wow. I mean, that turn alone is going to dictate so much in this match. Being able to push 6 damage here is... Oh, wow. Is actually a big deal, but we know the freezing trap can come down after. I don't think you care too much about this Buzzard.
Flames on the side of my face.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider here, but I don't mind just trying to kill Satur here, you know? Bring him to 14. Boy, you've got that Alakir Flame Tongue later, but it's just like not quite enough. Maybe you have to Alakir and trade. Because you do know Satur quite deep in the deck. There's a good chance that this freezing trap is in his hand. But he's also played a tracking, meaning, you know, a couple of cards get discarded there. Okay, so yeah, a bit of a balanced approach. Send a bunch of damage. Bolt the Buzzard. Okay, what have we got? So tracking to dig for basically whatever Satur needs. I think he got rid of both Houndmasters from the previous tracking, if I'm not mistaken. But that means that there are 2 kill commands left in the deck, which I think could be huge here. Okay, we're seeing the Companion. Alright, what does this amount to? Play the freezing trap. Yeah, you gotta take out Alakir. Now very tough for Iskan to stabilize. Get out the Manatide, get out Thalnos. I mean, the Argent Commander you would normally be happy with, but just knowing that there's a freezing trap waiting for it. So I suppose Iskan does not know that. Boy, a Lightning Storm. Just too little too late, I think. Now, do you just run the commander in and get it picked up? You're staring at 11 damage on board. Or you can try to play this real defensively. Flame Tongue, Argus. You know, hope that the high main has to run into the totem. Yeah, getting that picked up, and that's going to be it with Leroy in hand. So no Miracle Rogue, but unsurprisingly, Leroy still able to close out a game. I think what you would expect from this matchup, but yeah, kept it pretty close still. So that's a victory for Satur. It's gonna take Hunter out of the equation. Druid is the only thing off the table because of bans. So from Satur, that leaves Shaman and Warlock, which is Zoo and mid-range Shaman, but an interesting mid-range Shaman, right? With Gadget Sand, that Yeti, a Wind Fury. I'd be very interested to see that Shaman in the mirror. We came into a mirror match just right at the end where Satura had taken it. And I don't know if that's an indicator that the list itself is stacked up pretty well against another Shaman. Oh, perfect. Just what we wanted to see. Oops, wait, I'm changing the wrong one. There we go. Shaman, Shaman. And we got Alec here, there. Yeah, looking at the two lists, I don't see an obvious advantage either way. I always think it's worth noting these kinds of tech cards like the Black Knight versus the ability to taunt something with Defender, but there's not Ascension sitting here. No Sunwalker, anything like that, you know. You've got Alec here, of course, but a lot of times it's going to be a finisher. And wow, Gadgetzan with Coin Lightning Bolt. Very, very interesting. Yeah, don't think that Manatide gonna be allowed to survive for very long here. Still allows Viscon to get that Harvest Golem the following turn, even with the single Overload. But yeah, actually considering a Hex here, there aren't too many great Hex targets. While generally against Shaman. But with two in hand, I guess just feeling a little bit more comfortable there. I feel like you do want to save at least one for that Cairn. Alright, so let's see. I mean, the coin burned already, so not going to be able to draw anything off of the Gadgetzan now. But I think the Gadgetzan in the deck is really, it's kind of like another Drake. You're really just hoping for, you know, 1 or 2 draws off of it. It demands attention. You can't just let it sit on the board and endlessly draw. But boy, with that, it does buffs quite good, although the Lightning Storm the other way, quite good. Looking like we're going to see a couple coin flips here. Who has the best RNG? I think I see a Harvest Golem going face. Wow. Well, when you roll that well, makes you look pretty darn good. And now, yeah, things just ground to a halt here for Satur because of that Overload. Can't do a whole lot with 3 mana. Whereas now we're seeing a Drake develop here. But still a good hand from Satur. Right? A lot of decent bodies. Lava Burst going to be able to do a bit of work. Even that Earth Shock, potentially against the Harvest Golem. No, I'm just going to use it to finish off the Drake. Yeah, still a reasonable position. So I guess just deciding Is it Sen'jin Hero Power, Sen'jin Feral Spirit, just Argent Commander? I really like this Argent Commander play though. After seeing a single Earth Shock, just very difficult to deal with that Divine Shield. But Alec here, actually very strong to bust the Divine Shield, potentially even kill the Argent Commander. And then it might swing back in the favor of Haskan to be able to use the Black Knight, but no, just gonna be Gadgetzan Hex for now. Okay, great top deck. Don't even have to think about it. Oof, and that Taunt Totem just gonna be real annoying here. Yeah, Haskan just not over-committing to the board, not wanting to run out Feral Spirits, especially with Spell Power. Sitting on the board from the Drake. Alright, I guess a lot to consider here. Once again, one of these plays where Alec here can do some work, but yeah, just gonna opt to hold on Flame Tongue. The Healing Totem actually gonna be a big deal here. Get it out of range of that Searing Totem. But Defender of Argus maybe has something to say about that. Other slightly interesting note, yeah, if you Hero Power here, you're guaranteed to get the Spell Power Totem.
My shield for Argus.
And then just get these real efficient hits on the Flame Tongue, so. Yeah, perhaps in a desperate enough spot to play Alec here, but I think Satur has been really holding on to it, knowing these cards sitting in the hand of Haskan very likely could be the Black Knight. It's just, you know, how long can you draw this out for? Yes, there's not a lot of damage staring you in the face now, but if you're just playing a Yeti, Hero Power, you know, is that enough to ever get you back into the game? Maybe at this point you have to take the gamble. Hope that the Black Knight's in the bottom 14. But looks like Satur trusting his instincts gonna pay off. And now this Flame Tongue Totem. How do you want to buff your totems and trade them off? You get more efficient trades on this right-hand side here, going for the Yeti. And then you can Hero Power to end up with something on the right, but it's always an option to do it with these minions in the middle, just so it's more likely that things slide down later on in the match. All in all, I think I like that move. Fire Elemental, great draw here. Let's see, the battle of the top decks. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I can understand why both these players made it to the finals. They draw good. Their RNG, incredible. And this Taunt Wall just not going to allow for this burst to get through. Not that Haskan is close to dying at all, but, you know, Alec here on his own could represent 18 damage with double Rock Biter. Wind Fury on Leroy could do the other 12, but yeah, if you got to kill 4 taunt minions first, it's just very unlikely to happen. Still no Lightning Storm, though, here for Satur. I think really what he's holding out for. Because if he's able to do that, potentially clear a path for all this burst, maybe there's a win condition in there somewhere. This makes the Feral Spirit play okay. Right, if it is going to get wiped by Lightning Storm, it can just be matched by another Feral Spirit. And yeah, I guess Satur thinking maybe this is enough. Gotta throw the Alakir in there. I think, yeah, the only other way is you hope to get into that Lightning Storm, clear before you die, and then over 2 turns deal that 30 damage. But it does require not dying, which is quite difficult. So you got easy Black Knight target here. Now at this point, I'm not exactly sure what the win condition is going to be here for Satur, but yeah, doing what he can to stick in it. I mean, both these shamans extremely efficient at removing things on the board. Is that going to be enough? No. Just shy with Alec here. Kind of interesting, just looking at that. Was it actually more correct to kill off your own Searing Totem so you'd be guaranteed a spot for Alakir next turn? Not entirely sure. Obviously becomes entirely irrelevant after that Lightning Storm. But okay, what is this? So this, with Flame Tongue, you're looking at 8, 11, 14, 28... I mean, this is a crazy amount of burst if you can get through this. I think... Boy, I'm trying to remember. Have we seen the second Lightning Storm from Satur? There's the Cairn. Yeah, just not able to wait that patiently for the full combo. I think this is the right way to do it. He knows there's an Alec here coming his way on the other side here. But again, this representing, you're looking at 9. Boy, it could be upwards of 11, 22, 28. If nothing was done here, I think that's it though, right? Yeah, shouldn't... If played correctly, I think Kaskan is in just a fine position here. But there's I guess potential to allow this burst through. So maybe just doing some math, trying to calculate, okay, what's left, knowing there's a Leroy, Wind Fury, a single Rock Biter, all that. Okay. Very interesting draw. Wow. Okay, another very interesting draw. So, I mean, this is 18 damage from hand. What happens here now? We'll let things play out. Just do the math for me. That's 18. If that was to survive, would represent another 4. Just shy. Boy, it really does feel like Satur could be so close to closing out this game. But Skan just not letting it happen. I mean, this is just crazy. This is absolutely wild. You can get the Alakir down. Still can't quite win. But I'm pretty sure... Oh, what is this? Unless this is a taunt totem? Okay, I think if that was a taunt totem, it would still keep Satur alive, but wow. I mean, just insane. Just insane there. Yeah. Amazing, amazing match. Like, actually just came right down to the wire. I love this. I love two super skilled players. I feel like both playing that so well, and you can just see the effect that open deck lists has on the tournament. When you're prepared, when you know what your opponent has, yeah, you're keeping track of the cards that are coming your way. Just so many correct responses there, and yeah, both players playing to their outs, knowing what to defend against. Yeah, I can't say enough good things about that. That, so far, I think, has to be the match of the tournament. But we got more to go. Warlock. Alright, which is going to be... Yeah, this is a handlock list. I mean, we can take a look. Only a single Hellfire, single Shadow Flame, right, but very combo oriented. I forgot about that. This Shaman list has so much burst potential. A lot of it comes online late in the game. But it's a great way to make sure that the handlock doesn't activate their Molten Giants before you just completely burst them down. But with this being such a combo-oriented handlock, I'm very interested to see how this matchup goes. Having that Hellfire is a very big deal. You know, when there's not a lot of tools for the handlock to deal with these big boards. Yeah, just seeing that nice and early, it's a big thing. So probably going to see the Soulfire, but just a question of, you know, do you play the Farseer? Do you tap? Considering all the discard options, I gotta think this is just trying not to get rid of the Hellfire. Okay. I mean, there's two golems in the deck. There's a Leroy. I think that's actually maybe the best discard out of Haskan's entire hand. Yeah, and Mana Tide is actually a crucial card for the Shaman here. Drawing, especially if you're going for this kind of combo and burst ability, it's important that you match the card draw that the handlock's able to do with their hero power. So wait, I really like this. Very cool to see how this is being dealt with. You know, I can safely say these two decks as they are, I've never seen duking it out against each other. But I feel like both players playing quite confidently. Like they have a game plan in mind. Right? Those two power overwhelmings, they're there for burst, and you got the faceless and all that, but just no fear in plopping that onto the owl to take out the Drake. Alright, so Flame Tongue gonna make this this Mana Tide totem useful once again. Normally you're happy to see your Watcher get silenced, but one of the few cases where you're not. And I'm guessing we see a Hellfire. Not too surprising. Right, and yeah, will be interesting to see how Satura deals with this. Only on 5 mana, so not able to take advantage of that Gadget Sand just yet. But something like Thalnos Lightning Storm, honestly not that bad. It guarantees the kill. It is going to get you some draw pretty soon. But I think it's really the overload in this situation that hurts you. Whereas Hiskond, now we got to start paying attention. How much damage? There's so much damage potential here. Coming the way of Satura. With 10 mana, you're looking at 20 from hand. Right, the maximum potential gone because we've already seen 1 Power Overwhelming get used, so it's going to be Leroy Faceless single Power Overwhelming. Obviously not in that order. Interesting, and just developing the Auctioneer. Which is not unreasonable. I mean, we've seen 1 Soulfire. We saw the Hellfire as a board clear. The only other board clear being, what, a Shadow Flame? So this might be an Arcane Golem used for removal? I was even looking at, is there a way to take advantage of the Gadget Sand with Faceless? I mean, there are 2 Faceless manipulators in the deck. But yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And this 4 damage, very, very relevant, right? Like I said, just getting up to that 10 mana represents 20 damage, so not only do you want to push that damage, but you want to establish a board to get rid or to get through any taunts. So again, I mean, I'm eyeing this Thalnos Lightning Storm. The Earth Shock will guarantee a kill if it low rolls on the Farseer. Yeah, we don't see Spell Power Totem getting rolled. But once again, what did I say? The greatest players, they just have great luck in these tournaments. And this is big, no Hex, and it doesn't come off the top. There's still an opportunity to draw for another Hex if Satur chooses, but he's also got the option of taking advantage of that spell damage. Yeah, use a couple spells here. Lightning Storm, Lava Burst, guarantee the kill. Even potential for both. I don't know how desperate he is for the draw. He could do something like Lightning Storm and guarantee the 3, trade this off for the draw, and then Lava Burst afterwards. Okay, just gonna Lava Burst, Earth Shock. Establish the Yeti on board. I mean, I think another very reasonable line. Yeah, and these Molten's just going to be very, very hard to activate. Now, is this just an Alex play? As I said, 20 damage. That's the magic number from hand. I think Hiskond, right? We can see now from Satur's hand, there isn't all that burst potential. We're not looking at Wind Fury, Rockbiter, Leroy. But that's in the deck, and that's exactly what Hiskond was playing against the previous game. So, yeah, I think really just sitting here trying to think, how could I lose this? How could this go wrong? And I'm not sure there's any way. Boy, I think a Taunt Totem needs to be rolled this turn along with Lightning Storm, Lightning Bolt. Is that correct? Basically, this entire board needs to be cleared, and then there needs to be some sort of blocker to prevent the full combo. Yeah, I don't... Well, geez, I guess Fire Elemental, that's another way to do it. Fire Elemental, you run the Yeti in. No, it's not gonna work. You don't have the mana to Lightning Storm. One off, so that's gonna be it. Even I can spot this lethal. 20 from hand. Wow, very interesting. It's so cool to see two combo-oriented lists, but, you know, two lists that don't entirely rely on their combos. Very strong lists elsewhere, right, with just kind of mid-range shaman bodies and the rest of the normal handlock package, but, yeah, very well played, I think, again, from both players, just making the correct reads, and yeah, unfortunately for Satur, just he was not able to draw that last bit of burn, and also not able to secure taunts on the board to prevent that kind of burst. So again, it is Shaman, and it can only be Warrior. Now, I love this matchup. I'm a big fan of Control Warrior. And a big fan of mid-range Shaman, actually. But I've played this matchup so many times, mostly from the Warriors side of things. And it is a Shaman-favored matchup, absolutely. But I do think Warrior can oftentimes run away with things. Now, this kind of combo-oriented version of Shaman, I'm a little less confident on. I'm not sure how this is going to perform in comparison to your standard mid-range Shaman, but generally speaking, Control Warrior is going to struggle with those mid-range bodies. They require high value off of Brawl, of which there's only one. You know, good get-ins, or you gotta like milk value from your Gorehel. But stuff like that, like milking value from your Gorehel, very difficult to do. If your opponent has the ability to just burst you down from 20 plus health. Ooh, a little rough on 4. Opting to not play the Feral Spirit, which I think makes sense to set up for the Drake going forward. Instead, Huskond just securing tons of armor here. And this Black Knight has the potential to get some value going forward. Fiery War Axe. Ooh, with the Slam as well. Looking a bit better. Fiery War Axe, Cruel Taskmaster looks good. With the Whirlwind even was looking okay. But yeah, I like this line. I like it a lot. Alright, so 6 mana, I mean, you can strip a bit of armor with that Fire Elemental, but it's not great when there's the potential for it to get executed, something like that. I think this is a good move. This is fine value from the Black Knight. You know, this is a Yeti body at the end of the day. That 2 extra mana to kill a 2/3, that's just fine. And now I'm expecting to just see a Drake here, unless Satur's concerned with this body and potentially wants to Lava Burst it. Which I really wouldn't mind seeing either. But yeah, getting into these higher mana costs, able to play out Geddon against Totems. I'm starting to like Huskond's position more and more. And not even necessary to do it at this instant. Yeah, it's juicy to get 3 totems, but yeah. Shield Slam, just start bonking. Probably toss down the Acolyte. I'm gonna opt not to. Certainly the potential to get more draws with the Taskmaster and the Whirlwind on another turn. You can maybe combo that with the Execute, so I'm guessing that's the reasoning there. What was he? A Yeti. Like, I love this Yeti in the matchup. Just when you're playing against Druid, which typically runs Yeti, it's not an easy body to deal with. It demands attention, right? Shield slams, executes, those kinds of things. But once you get rid of those on these kinds of bodies, you just don't have it for the bigger stuff that comes down later. Cairns and fire elementals. Okay, so I guess this is where we see the whirlwind with the execute. Makes a whole lot of sense to me. Curious what we see with the remaining 3 mana. Is it going to be... Okay, Taskmaster to kill, not to draw. And do we even see the coin utilized here? No, I wouldn't have minded even like a coin armor up. Certainly not necessary. But I don't think there's too many tricky 11 mana plays that the coin enables for Warrior. Obviously, you're not generally playing for that kind of thing, but maybe there's something with Alex that it could do later in the game. Yeah, and something I haven't talked about at all is 2 Frothing Berserkers. You know, opting for no Korkrons, which we've seen a lot of Korkrons to deal with Azure Drakes. Oof. Rough. The BGH can get value with Cruel Taskmaster, so a little maybe taunting Skand here a bit. Now seeing that both Taskmasters are gone, it's not usually something you can necessarily play to assume that you'll get, but boy, it's nice when you can pull it off. Okay, and things just kind of stabilize from here, which I think both players are somewhat okay with. Skand hoping to draw into that brawl pretty soon. Yeah, and definitely worth mentioning, Grom. Oh, and this is where we see the froth. Okay, yeah, Grom in this matchup, I think is best used for board removal. This is great. We saw the Hex already. You can assume decent chance you're not going to see another. And yeah, that charge effect with 4 attacks. So good at removing so many things. Starting to be a very difficult position for Satur. You know, looking at what he's got 6, and then with the Wind Fury, he can double Rock Biter. It's 24 from Leroy, assuming that there's no taunts. You know, a bit more from the Lightning Bolt. I feel like I've been talking so much from the Warrior's perspective, but there is a lot of damage here. It's just... It's very, very interesting because it represents a threat, but it's kind of counter to what mid-range Shaman often wants to accomplish, which is just, you know, spamming these small and medium-sized minions onto the board. I think a reasonable Earthshock, especially because it's dealing extra damage, and just going to go ahead and kill it off. Yeah, very fine. Again, still staring at that much damage. Let's see. Are the best players always the luckiest? Maybe not. I mean, probably better than hitting those totems. But this is an 8 mana combo. Even being overloaded for 2 is just fine. Suddenly Satur's position looking, oh! It was really not looking so bad. Well, at least the Reg doesn't win the brawl. This actually keeps things extremely interesting. A Squirrel, again, no Devil Source today. Okay, another huge piece of RNG here. But this is difficult. Armorsmith able to generate more armor. Obviously, the hero power going to do that over time. And no Hex for the Cairn, which could be very difficult to deal with. Low roll on the Lightning Storm there. I think that is correct to take out the Tink Master, as much as you don't want to see any armor get generated. I guess after the lightning storm, feeling comfortable rolling out a couple of these minions. I mean, it's more damage, but it's gone just sitting on more health. Now that's gonna lose 6 damage a burst from this Leroy combo. Yeah, suddenly just such a tough spot to be in. Really, really back and forth. That brawl draw was just... I mean, it came at the most insane time. Sure, we're pretty deep into decks at this point, so the chances of getting brawl by that point in the game, relatively high, but oh boy, things are really, really not looking good here. And I'm thinking if this was a spell power, you're probably seeing that lightning bolt hit the Harrison. This is just so much armor. Oh no. Yeah, don't even have to whirlwind there, and I think this is it. You know, yeah. Do as much damage as you can. It feels good. Get the Wind Fury, show the hand. All in good fun. You know, if this is ladder, this is where you hope your opponent just concedes when they see Leroy come out. Down to 17, and that's going to be it. Hearthstone, going to take it, is going to be your EU tournament number 2 winner. Taking it 3-1 over Satur. Both players playing extremely well there. Yeah, just great. And as usual, if possible, if we can do it, going to see if we can get a winner's interview here. Scott. Winner's interview on Discord. Of course, no pressure. But let's see. If they're interested, we'll do it. Get all this stuff off of the screen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spoilers coming in at the end of the finals. Not what anyone wants to see. Here, you guys can see my horribly sweaty face once again. Yeah, we'll give it some time here. See if we get an answer back. Maybe have to send a message on Discord here. Let's see. Also possible Haskan has just stepped away from their computer. Oh, no, going to bed. Thanks for covering the event. All right. No problem. No problem. Okay. You. Congrats. Haskan played incredibly well. We can take one last look over at those decks. Of course, everything is going to be... I'll put in like the description of the video. I think everybody here, they've got the bracket, everything's open, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, these are the lists. Scon won with Satur, played very well. Second place, third place. Let me refresh my memory, make sure I don't screw this out. But I think it was Andreas, right? Right? Question mark. Yeah, probably worth looking at the bracket one last time as well. Why not, right? Oh no, it was bubbling, bubbling. Yeah, my memory is just oh so good. So this is what we ended up with. Unfortunately, Patish, with the migraine, not able to participate, our previous winner. But yeah, all your favorite players, hopefully you see them there. There's the deck list. So a big, big thank you to everyone who watched this thing, everyone who helped put stuff together behind the scenes. I mean, I never know. There's all these different names in Discord and Twitch. Uncle Drox here on Twitch. Drox. Yeah, Droxors over in Discord. Put all the lists together, which really helped for spectating, all that kind of stuff. With Carlotto being gone, although he did a lot of stuff to get this underway before. Just so many people doing a lot of really good things. As always, though, it all comes down to the people who want to watch, the people who are interested in watching this week to week. Hopefully we got many more of these to come. I would like to do them as often as possible, kind of alternate between NA and EU. Classic Discord, you can join for future tournaments. It'll pop up in my Discord as well. I'll link those in the YouTube description as well. I think at this point, though, I'm just blabbering. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for everybody involved. Would love your feedback for future tournaments, that kind of stuff. Hope to see you there at those. Bye. I'm going to stop streaming.